My goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for day one of qualifying from the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska, the fifth stop of the 2021 PWBA Tour season. Welcome, everybody. My name is Aaron Smith with PWBA Communications, Bowl TV, USBC, all the good stuff, and we are excited. We had our practice session yesterday. We got to talk to a couple players, a couple ball reps, 46-foot pattern coming up today for this event, Jordan Richard, the defending champion. So we got a lot to talk about in looking at this field. But before we get to the lanes, we still have practice underway. And as you can see, we've had our 4 other channels available for you. Let's bring in the Bowl TV team to get things started. So first and foremost, we'll bring in Mike Flanagan of Inside Bowling, who joined us on the podcast yesterday. Hello, Mike. It's great to see you once again, sir.
Good morning, Aaron. It's a wonderful day here in Lincoln. We're looking forward to 12 total games, 6 this morning, 6 a little bit later this evening at 5 o'clock. And it's going to be interesting to see how things play out here. Yesterday, we talked about the oil pattern, 46 feet in length. But don't let that trick you, everybody. If you didn't join us for the practice session, low volume, 23 milliliters of oil. And on the way down, that fire oil is only putting out 7 milliliters of oil on the lane. So, and it only oils 9 feet, and it just has the brush touching the lane and getting the rest of that oil off that brush on the way down. And on the way back, that conditioner hits the lane at 35 feet. So there's not a lot of oil being applied after 35 feet on this lane pattern, 46 feet in length. Don't let it deceive you. Be interesting to see how the ladies attack these lanes.
All right, we'll head now to the lanes and take a quick look. As they wrap up practice, I heard Tennille make the comment about 2 minutes left, a minute and a half. But with that, let's bring in Jason Thomas as well, who's the man all over the scene. Was helping with the USBC convention and annual meeting yesterday, and now in Lincoln, Nebraska. So, JT, welcome back to Bowl TV and the PWBA Tour.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're here. We're ready.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't get to watch much practice yesterday. I was watching a lot of presentations and a lot of voting and other things about the league rules for next season and beyond. So I did hear some rumors about what was going on here today. I'm looking forward to seeing it, possibly some high scores. The first 900 series that was certified was bowled right here in this building, so we could see some big numbers. And from what I'm hearing about the oil pattern and the characteristics of this bowling center and how it's played in the past, probably helps to have some ball speed, right? Little extra ball speed. Jordan Richard, the defending champion, she's got some ball speed. She's got some power. So Daria Payok is back. So we'll have to watch for her. So I would expect her to have a big week, just like we saw out of Verity Crawley last week. And it should be exciting.
JT, I got a question for you before we jump into this event. Did the 100% of 300 get passed yesterday? That was the one rule I was curious about.
No, that did not get passed. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Darn.
another last place finish for us in our leagues with our low averages. Sorry.
Hey, at least we don't leave the 4 or 5 every time we bowl, right, JT?
Bad form.
Cold-blooded. So early in the morning here. Game 1 hasn't even started yet. All right, it's got to be that kind of week, folks. But that's the kind of welcome back I get. I see how it is. All right, folks, we're going to go full screen here, but myself, Mike, and JT are going to be chatting throughout the course, getting updates from ball reps and more. So once again, enjoy the kickoff of qualifying PWBA Lincoln Open from Sun Valley Lanes.
The PWBA Lincoln Open. Good luck.
Our camera coverage today on PWBA 1, that's actually what we're watching right now, is lanes 13 through 16, PWBA 2, 17 through 20, PWBA 3, lanes 21 through 24, and you guessed it, PWBA 4, lanes 25 through 28. For those of you interested in following the lane pairing, seeing the oil pattern, following the results throughout the course of the day, and we even got live scoring this week as well, as a 9-pin kicks things off. That was just mean. Be sure to.
Oh, go ahead. I was just going to say, if you want, I was just going to go over the pairings here, Aaron. On the left side of your screen, 13 and 14, we've got Verity Crawley, Joe Wood, Kayla Bandy, Shannon O'Keefe, Jennifer Couples, and right next door over on 15 and 16, Missy Parkin, Brianna Cote, Giselle Poss, Summer Jasmine, and Jill Creamer. And you're right, Aaron. That was cruel, that 9-pin.
Not the kind of energy we needed to start the day off. So I think that 4-5 comment was hurtful, and it went on to the first shot. And so, but folks, all the information we're providing to you today, outside the hilarious commentary from time to time, occasional dad jokes, and other wacky one-offs. All the hard facts you can find on pwba.com. And for those of you who are on bowltv.com right now, that's where you're watching at. And if you got the chat open right now, you see a few different tabs above the chat. So that one in the middle right now actually takes you to basically our lane, our event page for the Lincoln Open. So you can find the roster, the pairings, the oil pattern, all the qualifying rounds, live scoring, the schedule, all that available on pwba.com as well. But, just one click away, since you're already here on Bowl TV, be sure to use that throughout the course of competition throughout the weekend here, as we get from our field of, I believe we ended up at 65 players. After today, we'll be down to 32. We'll get down to 12 and then down to 4 for the stepladder finals tomorrow right here on bowltv.com at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 local time.
Yeah, and Aaron, just to let everybody know, 32-lane bowling center here. There are 3 pairs not in play, and those pairs are lanes 1 and 2, lanes 29 and 30, and lanes 31 and 32. After we went off the air yesterday, I had a chance to talk to Aaron Smith a little bit afterwards, and we were just kind of discussing what we saw from the lane pattern. And I know all of you in the chat enjoy some of these prop bets we like to put together here. So this week, I have officially set a line on number of 300 games, and it's kind of a high number, and I'm begging everybody to take the under. 3.5 300 games this week is the number. Let us know in the chat if you think there will be a higher or lower than 3.5 300 games this week. I think because of the amount of friction that there is out on the lane and the pin carry in this building, I believe we're going to have quite a few 300 games this weekend.
And one note from speaking of 300 games, I know in the past, Sean Lucido has, and so I'm potentially putting him on the spot here on Bowl TV at least. Obviously, I don't think the players can hear us right now, but in past years, John has actually given out a nice little payday from Sun Valley Lanes as well. And in 2019, we had, I don't believe we had a 300 on site. We had a 299.5 from Valerie Bercier. The 10-pin actually slid over into the 9-pin spot. It did not fall over. So John was kind enough to, as we have some technical issues here.
Yeah, guys, we just had a little issue with the arrows not switching, so they're going to fix that. John Lucido did confirm that there is a 300-game bonus for the ladies during the qualifying portion, all the way up until the stepladder, including the stepladder, but there's also a Go Bowling $10,000 bonus in the stepladder as well. So John is pitching in this week for some extra bonus money.
Let's go. John Lucido, just the best.
Yeah, and since you're back, Aaron, that means the black cloud is gone. It's only here when you're not here.
Apologize for the inconvenience. We're going to restart this squad and then retype in what you've already told us.
So yeah, we do have a little break in the action here, a little technical hiccup here. It's been a lot of construction going on here in this building for 20 plus months, so no big deal here. We'll get through this quick little change here, but just a slight little delay here in the action.
Aaron, you are not going to believe how amazing the renovations are here.
Mike had told me a little bit about it, but yes, please tell me more.
Well, I drove up to the building this morning and I didn't even recognize it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, where's the parking lot that you used to park on the side? And then that was the front door. That's gone. So it's they've added on to the building and created a whole new couple of sections while still leaving the 32 lanes intact. There's a whole beautiful bar area and 9-hole putt-putt golf indoor. And then there's an outdoor patio with volleyball courts on one side with real sand imported from, I'm not sure where the sand's imported from, but it's really awesome. I'm not a good volleyball player, but I can set and, bump. I just can't spike because I'm short and I can't jump. But in addition to that, he's expanded the original bar area and moved it all the way to the front of the building and raised the ceilings up about 20 feet. And it just is spectacular. There's a whole new laser tag area in the front of the building where the game consoles used to be. And it's all now enclosed. I was afraid to go through it because it was very dark and I'm afraid of the dark. So I did not actually go through the laser tag. I was afraid a 5-year-old was going to jump out and shoot me. So I just didn't want any, shoot me in the eye with a laser. I'm old. I don't need to lose. I'm already losing my vision. So I didn't need additional. But I'll tell you, man, and the exterior of the building, he's completely redone as well. So it's just, I'll have to go around and shoot some video of the whole place and give you a little, oh, no, you got me. It's a Karate Kid scene. Remember? He jumps in front of the video and Allie shoots him and he goes, oh, yeah. And then Allie's friend says, good, maybe you'll die. Right? Remember that? Yeah. So that's what the audience is wishing right now for me. But I will go around and shoot video of the renovations here, and it's just spectacular what John Lucido has done here in this building.
And we got to see part of it at the U.S. Open as Mike takes a glance at his PWBA program book. We gave one of those away yesterday. We probably got a few more lined up to give away today. But, I think that would be a great, a nice little, if we happen to have a nice little siesta once again, we could potentially run that with all the updates.
Yeah, it's a cool place. And, I know John's got about another couple of weeks left on the renovations before it's completely done. But he said, since they've been reopening the state a little bit here, he's had some of his best days since he's opened the building. So I think when people are back, on a regular pace, they're really going to love what they see here at Sun Valley Lanes and Games.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday as well. John is he's a bowler at heart. I mean, he's a bowling guy. I know you're the bowling guy, JC, but he's the bowling guy. But we talked about all these extra things that he's built. Sometimes people think, oh, well, why didn't you add more lanes, right? But what he's trying to do is he's trying to attract outside of the industry to bring people in here that are looking for active entertainment. And if they're here playing volleyball, or if they're here playing mini golf, or if they're here playing cornhole or Connect 4 or whatever it is he's got out there, he's going to have his staff and have enough stuff around here saying, hey, this winter, why don't you sign up for one of our I think he called them a starter league, I believe what it was. So that's one of the things that he's doing. He's using these new revenue generators to try to turn more people onto bowling as well, which that's commendable. And we talked about it yesterday as well. JT, you saw the lockers down there. That square footage when you do a big renovation, lockers aren't a big money maker. But he said, no, I need lockers for my league bowlers here. So,
there's the scary laser tag area behind Mike. See it?
Yeah,
it kind of draws you in with those neon lights.
They do seem very warming from here. Yeah. They just went red though.
Yeah, and I walked by it this morning and I was afraid.
There's a Desert Storm theme in there, JT. I was in there last night. I got 673 kills last night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's impressive.
How many tickets does that equal for the prize area behind you, though?
No. I had to go into the game room, which is right over there, which is beautiful. It might be the best well-lit game room I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah. That's a different area completely than the laser tag area that I had mentioned. Yeah. Yeah, it's spectacular, and the putt golf course, all indoor. It's 9 holes, Mike.
10. It's 10, which is weird, but it's because it's different.
Bowling. It's like a bowling themed golf, right? 10 frames, 10 holes, right? But you get these putters, and the putters actually have little microchips in them that track your score, so nobody can cheat. That's the biggest problem, in my opinion, with putt golf is the cheating. Right, people don't mark their score like they should. They don't count every stroke. You can't cheat here. It's got it all programmed in a computer. So,
well, it sounds like that putt needs its own national governing body. So,
well, Chris Barnes,
it's rampant.
Chris Barnes, I would elect him as the commissioner. He. If you're bored right now during this little break in the action, go YouTube Chris Barnes putt, and then just have a great rest of your day. I mean, really, after you see that, you really there's not much more you need in life than seeing that. So
the same intensity you see on the lanes, just better hair. That's all. It was the early '90s, folks, so you got to give them a break. Yes, we are having a quick technical difficulty here from Sun Valley Lanes. So we are hoping to be underway with game number 1 of qualifying here from the Lincoln Open in just a little bit. We got A-frame in, but looking to get that going. So we will keep you updated right now, but just trying to bridge the gap, if you will, until we get back to bowling here. So
hey Aaron, I just pulled up StreamYard on my phone. I was thinking about maybe walking into the game room. We'll maybe see how that goes. Give me just a second here.
All right, I'll let you go, Mike.
So it looks like they have got the scores back up, and the issue was the arrows weren't moving, flipping in league mode. So they have gotten this. Looks like they're having to add the scores back in by hand. So they started at the high end and now they're working their way down. And as soon as they'll get all those back up, I would guess they would maybe give a shot of practice, just depending on how long the delay is here. But look, there's Mike. He's venturing in.
Mike, we're going to give you the full screen here if you can hear us. Just taking a look. Combat zone. So I'm trying to get my work because I feel that's where we used to walk in at.
Yeah.
Right there.
So there's the new door. No, that's the new front door.
That's the new front door. Okay.
Yeah, so let's see if we lose Mike. See that? If Mike is that.
Oh wow.
Right. So that's now the front of the building. So when you drive into the parking lot, you see, and then over to the left there, that's where you used to park and walk in the door. Remember that?
Yes. So that's so all this branch right here is all new, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And look, I mean, it doesn't even look like the same building. I drove in and I was like, am I at the right place? Like, if you didn't have the big logo right there that says Sun Valley Lanes and Games, I would be like, I'm not in the right place. So then you walk in.
See all the options there on the bowling, laser tag, all the good stuff, volleyball.
So here we go. This is all new. All of our sponsored branded signage. So
Big thanks to all the PWBA Tour sponsors.
All this is new here. So that's a game room. And then there's a laser tag room. That's the one I was afraid. There, see?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
like,
that's a little more intimidating.
You're scaring me. There's the redemption area there. And then obviously the lanes, which we're familiar with. The desk is similar. There's me.
There's JT. How about that? What a world, folks.
There I am. And then front desk. This is John and Tennille working feverishly on getting the tournament back going again. And then
so the kitchen looks a little different.
This is all new. Yeah, right. So there's
the pro shop's back there now.
There's the pro shop. There's Caitlin with all the tournament office and COVID testing. So the snack bar is different, completely different. Well, you're not gonna believe this when you see this. All that wood was hand distressed by the folks here. They went and got the wood and distressed it themselves and hung it all themselves with stain. Now this is the new bar. Remember, this just used to be a 2-tiered, probably seated 50 people or so. But I mean, look how open it is now.
That's completely different. That is, holy cow.
Yeah, and it goes all the way back. And we're actually using this as our locker room this week.
All right, ladies, thank you for your patience.
And you can see the pool tables and the area back here for people to congregate. There are typically tables here. And then there's now an outdoor patio.
Continue your competition
with fire pits and seating and a grass area. Televisions, but he still has one of my favorite.
There it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
There's the Jeremy Sonnenfeld Blue Pulse right up there, the 900 ball, first certified 900 series ball. There's the photos from the past events here at Sun Valley Lanes and Games. Amanda Green, our first champion here, Shannon O'Keefe, Jordan Richard, last year's champion.
And it sounds like we're going to be bowling again here.
We're getting underway, but and so we'll show you the putt holes later. But that is, they're right through there. But that's a whole new wing of the building that was added. So anyway, hope you enjoyed the tour. We are back underway.
Thanks, Mike.
With the competition.
All right, folks, we're back to business here. So after that brief little hiccup, we got a cool tour of Sun Valley Lanes, got to see all the renovations. Very awesome. And now back to the bowling. So thanks to Mike for venturing out there and using all of his bandwidth up. So we appreciate that. And we'll add him back in before we go back full screen, folks. So, Mike, thank you for the tour. We appreciate it. I think the fans at home enjoyed the insight. And I'm someone who has spent a lot of time at Sun Valley Lanes over the years for events. That was a brand new place right there. That's phenomenal. Shout out to everybody there.
Yeah.
Yeah, coming up between the block, we'll be live streaming on PWB or PWGA, Professional Women's Golf Association. JT and I will be squaring off on a 10-hole mini golf. Don't forget, you want to join that at 3:30 Central Time. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to take our break today. I'll try to get down there and show the mini golf at some point during our Bowl TV broadcast this weekend. But it is kind of cool with being able to use the phone. I know that it's not the most steady cam in the world. I apologize for that, but at least you got an idea to see what it was like here.
All right, folks, we'll bring you the full reset here. 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Officially underway once again. This is the first of 2 6-game qualifying blocks today. So for our 65 competitors out on the lanes, 12 games will be in the books today. The top 32 will advance and take home a prize check as well. We'll kick off tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern once again, with 6 additional games. So after 18 games, Total Pinfall will determine the top 12 to advance, and then one more 6-game block and 24-game totals will determine our top 4 for tomorrow night's stepladder finals right here on BowlTV.com. So if you're already watching, the good news is you get to watch the stepladder finals as well. So tell your friends about it. Share it on social media. The PWBA event number 5 of the year, Lincoln Open, live on BowlTV.com.
Get a look at our top seed from last week, Missy Parkin. She's perfect, guys, through 2. And again, if you're just joining us, I set that over under at 3.5, 300 games this week, which means we're going to have 3 all the way up until the title match. And everybody would have bet the under. And then in the title match this week, you heard it right here first. We're going to have a 300 game in the title match to take home the championship, and then all those over bets are going to come in.
Wow.
Hi, Paula. Hi, James. Hi, Bowling Fan. Hi, Dennis. Hi, John. Hi, Jeff. I see you guys in the chat. Good to see you guys. JT, what time did you land last night?
About 11 p.m.
Okay. And you beat me to the bowling center this morning.
Well, I mean, it's hard to sleep sometimes when you don't know what city you're in. I was excited, though. When I rented my car, they had a Nissan Maxima, and it's got a V6. And so the 60-mile drive from Omaha, I did maybe a little more quickly than I should have. But no tickets.
You're the king of rental cars. Last week it was a Camaro.
That was not by choice. Just for the fans out there that think I'm a flashy guy. It was I had a choice between a convertible Mustang and a convertible Camaro, and I think I chose wisely. I chose the Camaro.
Yeah, and you picked it up at LaRusso Motors, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. I had the black paint detailing done with the Cobra Kai logo put on the side. But just watching a little bit early on here, I really do like the idea of, the players that have the ball speed doing well this week. Liz Johnson's off to a quick start with the turkey. Missy Parkin, we saw her. She's off to a good start. I really think if you can throw it hard, and Shannon's had a couple of bad breaks with the Stone 9 and now a blower 7. I think if you can throw it hard here, because it's going to be so easy to get to the pocket, that's going to give you the advantage in carry that you're going to need to keep your head above the rest of the field.
Liz Johnson off to a great start. If you weren't here for the practice session yesterday, Liz has a birthday coming up on Sunday, and she wants to get title number 25 before her next birthday, which, if you decode that, means she really wants to win this week. see Shannon O'Keefe there. Last week, Shannon told us that early in the event, she felt about 60%. And as the event went on, she got to about 80%. She's been extremely busy coaching the McKendree Bearcats. She's been working on her game. She's somebody who constantly practices, but she couldn't repeat shots. She was having some timing issues. And to all of us, when we watch her bowl, we wouldn't notice it. But she knows and feels everything from when her left foot starts all the way through her entire approach. She knows when something's just a little bit off. And she didn't feel 100%. So, which is scary because she missed the show by 5 pins at not 100%, Aaron. But, I'm looking at her this morning. Saw the last shot. She went high. I'm sure she was left to target with that one. She likes to use balls with surface. Still, my opinion of this, you got to find a way to get the ball down the lane a little bit. Got to keep the ball going a little bit to the right through the first 2/3 of the lane. And let the ball come off the end of the pattern and optimal entry angle.
Yeah, with the lower volume, when we talked to the ball reps yesterday, they didn't expect to see a ton of surface out there. So have to keep an eye on that throughout the course of competition. But getting back to Shannon, and we did our preview article about her prior to the Twin Cities Open, and her collegiate schedule was pretty insane. Essentially, their season pretty much started right after the Kickoff Classic Series. So she actually didn't even leave the area. So she stayed in DFW because her team was competing in Dallas that next weekend. So she stayed in town, waited for the Bearcats to come there for the Prairie View A&M Invitational, and then basically was on the road, I think she said 9 straight weeks, up until, even right before heading to Twin Cities. She was in Smyrna, Tennessee at the ITC sectionals. And I think that'll be, kind of a note to look ahead to next week is she's going to be coaching. So Shannon will, as far as I know, will not be at the Greater Cleveland Open due to her coaching responsibilities with McKendree as they try to take home a national championship.
Yeah, that's accurate. That's 100% accurate, Aaron. And, life is life. And there's this thing that we all need, which is economical impact to be able to afford our homes and our cars and our food and all the things that we need to be a human being. And, you would think Shannon O'Keefe is going to bowl every single stop on the season. But one of the fortunate but, double-edged swords here is she's able to have such an amazing job and opportunity, and she embraces it, does a tremendous job with McKendree University. And there are several bowling coaches that bowl on the PWBA tour, and it actually sets up perfectly to where their season, when the college season is over, it's PWBA season. Well, this year the PWBA season is a little bit lengthier, 20 titles up for grabs, and there is a conflict, like you just explained beautifully. And I think it's pretty cool that Shannon's actually excited about missing that week and going out and being with her girls. And you would see a lot, and she's very competitive, so it doesn't mean she doesn't want to come out and compete. It's got to kill her, but in her mind, she just knows where she needs to be, and I just think that's a pretty neat thing.
Yeah, 100% on that. That's that's been since she's taken over the role at McKendree. I think this is season 6 for her now, 6 or 7 with Brian as well at the head of the program. And when you talk to her about the student athletes that she coaches, she refers to them as her kids. So that is a big part of her and Brian's life. Obviously she's the 2-time reigning PWBA Player of the Year and has done amazing things on tour since the relaunch in 2015. But yeah, the student athletes and the teams that she coaches at McKendree are 1 and 1A on the priority list. So and once again, they got a team that's very capable of winning a national championship. They easily won the sectional in Smyrna. And a very talented group. They finished 3rd at the NCAA Women's Bowling Championships earlier in April. Mike, did you know it's still April? We are still in April somehow.
It is still April, and I said yesterday, April showers bring May flowers. So
we're 2 for 2. So
you're up for a big May, Aaron.
I better be.
Because you've had an umbrella the entire month.
Ready for those flowers, Mike.
I know you are. I know. You mentioned her kids and Taylor Bolt. Excuse me. Sorry. Another one of those situations where I'm looking at a sheet. Oh my goodness gracious. Taylor Bailey. Taylor Bailey is who I was looking for, Aaron. Taylor Bailey still lives with the O'Keefes and assists the program. And she bowled last week and did not cash in the event. And she's been practicing with Shannon like always. And I saw her yesterday come in, and she said she was just extremely nervous bowling in the event last week. So looking for better things out of Taylor Bailey. And, as we talk about Shannon, and I realize we do have 9 other ladies here to talk about, but I can't help but just focus in on Shannon here as she left the 3-6-10 back-to-back. She missed one of them, and now she leaves the 2-10. So that's fighting ball reaction is what I would describe that as. She doesn't have a good look. Good ball reaction. If you're going high for 3-6-10s and then you're going light for 2-10s, you're either in the wrong zone of the lane, you've either got the wrong ball in your hand, or you're just really not repeating shots. And out of those 3, I would point to number 1 and number 2 based off of how much Shannon practices. Even at 80 or 85%, she's not going 3-6-10, 3-6-10, 2-10, but there's a great spare shooter that she is. And that these ladies are. We saw Kelly Kulik pick the 2-10 in the step ladder last week. We saw Kelly Kulik pick up the washout to make the show in the 10th frame. And Shannon O'Keefe missed by 5. So
when we talked to the ball reps yesterday, they mentioned potentially being a couple of zones out there to start off on the fresh. So Mike, I think you kind of explained that about as well as it could be. So I would expect a change from Shannon here coming up for the last half of this game. Once again, we kind of figured scoring pace might be a little bit higher this week from some of the numbers with the pattern. And, historically, Sun Valley Lanes has had some higher scoring events over the years. So you don't want to find yourself behind the 8 ball too soon here.
Karina Capron has the front 5 down on lanes 9 and 10. And Brianna Klimmer also with the front 5 down on lanes 9 and 10. And I'm able to find that out because I'm looking at the live scoring link on PWBA.com. Front 6 now for Miss Capron. She's from Fremont, Nebraska.
And if that name sounds familiar to a couple of our Bull TV viewers, it's because she's had some success at the Junior Gold Championships over the past a couple of years. As I want to say she has won it. I'm just not remembering the year. I believe she won the U12 a couple of years ago, 2017 in Cleveland.
I was there.
Won the U12 division.
Shannon leaves another 3-pin combo here, a 3-6. Again, Aaron, I hate to harp on this. I talked about it yesterday, but I just feel like the track area, if you do anything to a bowling ball and you're using surface, you either got to get left of it and throw it to it, or you got to be right on top of it out like around 7 and 8 with a much more controlled bowling ball and higher ball speed. I think JT was able to bring in some other good analysis with the ball speed this morning. It's something I didn't even think about yesterday. higher ball speed could be really good here.
Saw Brianna Cote there creating a little bit more shape. She left the flat 10 there, was working on 3 in a row. Kayla Bandy, 5 in a row now. To be a little bit farther left.
Yeah, we've been talking about Shannon a lot here, but now Jennifer has 4 in a row, but we really need to take a look at Verity here.
Just the one miscue in frame 2 after we had the comeback from the delay in the action.
You're right. You're right. You know, that delay in the action, you know, I'm going to use it as the crutch here. Verity crossing around 20. And right on cue, we don't see a great shot to get a read. You know, we don't talk about her, and she just strikes as soon as we put the spotlight on her here, and there we go. Boy, Missy missed that 3-10, and the 10 wiggled. She hit the pin.
That should count. I feel that should count.
Isn't the goal in bowling to be able to knock down the pins is to hit the pins? And now Shannon washes out. Like, what is going on here? And the only reason why I'm shining such a spotlight on this is because it is so rare that we see this. And last week, Shannon said the first game she couldn't get out of the ball the same way twice because she had put lotion on her hand or forgot there was lotion on her hand and was thumbing the ball down and couldn't consistently release the ball. And she said, I think she bailed out 190 or 2-0, and she's like, that could have been 130. Well, there she goes with a conversion. She's got 198 left. So, you know, this is where a championship type player of the year 2 times in a row, reigning, you know, this is kind of where just some way, somehow she's going to bail out 190 here. And we're going to be like, how did she do that?
Spare shooting. I mean, she saved 2 frames right there already. Her last 2 times up on the left lane. 210 and washout. Certainly not gimmies.
Brianna Klimmer missed in the 7th, down on 9 and 10, but Karina Capron still has a perfect string. She's through 7. And, you know, JT switching things up this week. I see him actually down there with a camera.
Okay.
So I don't know if
energy.
I don't know if you guys had a meeting and said Flanagan's camera doesn't work. It's not worth using. It doesn't deliver enough 300 games. But JT's down there with the hot camera that he likes to use, and he's gonna film this one. Front 8 now.
Let's go, Karina. It's kind of energy we need here. Game 1. And based off of being in the U12 division in 2017, I'm going to guess she's probably our youngest competitor here as well.
Probably right.
So I think we're seeing some interesting things here on this, at least on 13 and 14. Kind of looking at the scoring pace, we have Kayla bowling well, we have Verity bowling well, and they're both probably a zone farther left than where kind of Shannon's been trying to play.
You're right. Yep.
And I'll be curious to see if that's kind of the trend, or maybe is that maybe Kayla and Verity a little more aggressive out of the gates today. We'll kind of see what that does to that pair throughout the course of the day. We'll see if more folks are maybe trying to stay a little bit farther right. We talked about being 46 feet, but once again, the volume being a little bit lower, allowing you to create some shape.
Here's Shannon, a lot more speed. And again, the 1-2-8-10.
We are getting a spare shooting clinic courtesy of Shannon today.
Sure are.
Not what she was hoping for, but has when you looked at a couple of these frames and a couple of those spares, a chance to still bail out 180 versus what could be, this could be 130, 140 out of the gates. All right, looks like Karina did get number 9, so Mike is going to head down there with the cell phone once again. So we'll try to get some bonus coverage once she is ready to go. Nearing the end of game 1, Karina Capron, front 9 over on lanes 9 and 10. We're watching a live scoring. Oh, come on, 9-pin. Help Jennifer out there. Jennifer Couples put together a nice opening game here as well. Was working on 5 in a row before that 9-pin. Snuck in there. And taking some look at some max scores here. We see Missy Parkinari with the double in the 10th. She can shoot 223. Giselle Paz, clean through 9. Max at 224. Summer Jasmine working on a double. She can still get to 235. Verity 245 max. .222 out of the books, or in the books, I should say, for Missy. Much better shot there for Shannon. A little more direct with her angles there, and that's what she's been looking for. Once again, Mike has made his way down to lanes 9 and 10. Says it will be a minute before we get ready for the 10th frame, but we'll bring you some bonus coverage. She is ready to kick things off. Summer Jasmine 202 after the missed single pin. Verity's going to give a couple pins back there. .207 finish. Brianna Cote with the double. She's going to be in the 220s, 229 max. Shannon got that second hit, 184 still out there for her. So once again, thinking about those two washouts and that 210 conversion. She's trying to get things going. Jill Creamer working on 3 in a row. She can still get to 223. .184 in the books for O'Keefe. Joe Wood getting ready to step up. She can get to 201. And Mike says it's almost time for Karina's 10th frame, so she'll get the okay from him. We'll check out the action from lanes 9 and 10 here at Sun Valley Lanes. Game 1 of qualifying. Round number 1 of the PWBA Lincoln Open. .201 max for Jill. Brianna, 227. All right, looks like Mike has flipped the camera around, so after Giselle's shot, we will take a quick look over here. So that's Karina, who just went up there, middle of the screen. And unfortunately, a 10-pin ends the string of strikes at 9. So, folks on the chat, you know who to give a hard time to now. Definitely not me. So we'll get the spare shot here. Unfortunately, missed it. Going to finish with 267, but a nice opening game out of the blocks for the past junior gold champion, Karina Capron. Thank you, Mike, for that bonus coverage. Back to our main pair. We will bring back the dueling black clouds. It's like dueling pianos in Las Vegas, except with black clouds. Mike Flanagan, Jason Thomas. Guys, what'd you do to poor Karina there?
We really just tried to document a great start to the tournament from one of our former junior gold champions. But I think the power of 3 cameras coming down all at the same time was too much for that ring 10 to topple over.
It's going to have a nice start here. 267 out of the gates will always a great way to start an event.
Yeah, I don't think that's on JT at all. I mean, he was down there with a camera already. She threw a strike in the 9th. I'm going to go ahead and assume full responsibility again on that one, guys.
But we can't be mad because we appreciate the bonus coverage.
Well, we're trying with what the tools that we have here, right? If you got a tool in the shed, you're supposed to use it, even if some of them aren't very sharp. But we're using it today, and I don't know what we had that break in the action. I just thought, hey, I'm going to run around with the cell phone, and I'm like, well, since it's got a good enough connection, you guys told me it looked all right. Well, we don't have that pair. I mean, we've got 4 channels for you, plus our main channel here, 5 in all. Can't get everything, but hey, you know what? We got everything that time. But the party foul here is 2 events ago when we were doing pregame shows and that. I told JT I promised him I would get a tripod attachment for my cell phone, so I could just go down and just set it and go. And I didn't do it.
Well, Mike, I'm sure there are many fine retailers in the greater Lincoln area who would be willing to help you out. 247 for Caleb Bandy leading the way here for game 1. Let's see if we got some bowling going on some of our other pairs still.
Yeah, they're pretty much about done here. You did sneak on here and find the one. Liz Johnson started with 209 after starting with the first 3, by the way. I got to tell you, Aaron, with as much friction on the lane, I'm surprised we haven't seen higher scores. Friction normally means scores because changing ball direction, entry angle, the more oil down lane, the harder it is to carry and the easier it is to miss the head pin with hang out to the right. And even though it's 46 feet in length, it's the way it's applied to the lane makes a big difference. Which, by the way, since we are waiting for game number 2 to get underway, I'll pop that lane pattern up on the screen for everybody to take a look at it. This is the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open lane pattern. Again, 7 mils on the way down, fire oil, 15 mils on the way back, ice oil, total of just under 23 milliliters of oil here. High friction surface here at Sun Valley Lanes. And normally we see the players compete on about a 2 to 1, 2.5 to 1 ratio. This week almost a 3 to 1 ratio, which give the players a little bit more of a ratio. The scores usually also go up. Also, for those of you that are wondering, when are we going to be here bringing you the rest of the coverage? What's the schedule look like this weekend? Well, we've got at 6 o'clock, all times Eastern, by the way, qualifying back here today at 6 o'clock, round 2, 6 more games. We'll cut to the top 32, come back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern with 6 more games of qualifying. Then we'll come back at 3:30 for 6 more games of qualifying. Just the top 12 will be bowling at that point in time, and then we'll cut for our top 4 stepladder finals at 7 o'clock Eastern.
Game 2 getting underway here from the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open. We'll stay on 21 through 24. This is PWBA 3. We have Shannon Pluhowski, Kara Mangiola, Shauna Strauss, Ashley Galante, and Kelly Kulik on 21 and 22 to our left. And over on 23 and 24, Taylor Boltice, last week's champion at the Twin Cities Open, Dasha Kovalova, Tanya Ramanpur, Danielle McCune, and Jamil Weber.
I eavesdropped on conversation between Shannon O'Keefe and her ball reps. I like to keep most of that confidential, but the one thing that I can tell you is she started with her GB3, and she thinks that was the wrong choice. It's too early with the surface she has on it, and now she's looking to go to something that's a bit cleaner, and she's looking to move into 13 or 14, and the ball reps confirmed that they believe that's where most of the scores came from. The first game was around 13 and 14. I got a chance to watch Kayla Bandy throw a shot down there. I like where she's playing. She's playing a little bit further out. See Shannon O'Keefe, or I'm sorry, Shannon Plahowski. There we go. There I go again. I'm looking down the sheet. I see Shannon O'Keefe, and there's Shannon Plahowski bowling. Shannon Plahowski going high there for a 4.78. I'm just waiting for Shannon Plahowski to go on some sort of run on the PWBA tour. I've been waiting for it for I don't know how many years now, where she just wins like 3 weeks in a row. And then all social media goes ballistic and says, oh, she's left-handed and she's the only one out there, all by herself. It's ridiculous. But I'm just waiting for her to go on a run. Every week, I think it's the week. And I feel like this is the week. She's in Lincoln.
In Lincoln, just took home the Natty, the NCAA Women's Bowling Championships for the 6th time. Cornhuskers winning the NCAA title on the women's bowling side. Shannon won 2 of those on her own, and her first as an assistant coach here in 2021.
JT, you've had a chance to see plenty of bowling balls get on the lane now after one entire game, but where do you think these ladies should be playing on the lanes? I'd love to get your take.
Yeah, it's between second and third arrow. Again, it's very similar to last week. The line that they're being asked to play, break point's probably somewhere around 8 down lane, and you can get there a bunch of different ways. You can get there from in and loop it a little bit. You can get there from right up, just like Liz Johnson was doing, and you don't want to throw it right of 8, really. Very similar to last week, and it's all going to be how they break down and how well players that like to hook the ball, like a Kelly Kulik, are going to be able to carry, towards the end of the blocks. Because as you mentioned, high friction surface, low volume pattern, fire oil. So how deep are those ladies that like to loop the ball going to have to get tonight, and how well are they going to be able to carry from there? There's Kelly Kulik. You see her right around third arrow at the arrows, out to about 8, 9, and by the end of this block, we'll see her probably a good arrow and a half left of that at the arrows, throwing it to the same break point.
See last week's champion Dasha Kovalova going high for 3.610. Got some good conversation happening in the chat right now, and this is something I've failed to think about already this year, but Team Singapore and the Malaysian team as well have come over and participated on the PWBA tour for stints in the past. And when they come over, I mean, let's face it, that's less checks available for everybody else. I mean, they come over here and they really make a big splash on this tour when they bowl. And I'm sure they're looking forward for the opportunity to be able to come over and compete again. Obviously, with what's happened with the COVID pandemic, that they're not here right now. JT, have you heard anything in regards to the ladies traveling over from overseas, when they may or may not rejoin participating in this tour?
Yeah, not much. I know a few of the players are planning on making it over soon. but certainly not, the normal contingent that we normally have at this point in the season. And, really, if you kind of look at the entries, that's the difference in the entry totals between, this season and a typical season is, those 15 or 20 players from Asia who normally come out and play the early season events.
Also Canada as well. Caroline Lagrange. JT, looking at the totals up there on these scoreboards, is that their total with what they've bowled this game plus the game before, or is that just the game before up there?
Yeah, in theory, it is their totals follow them around the building. So I believe it is, and I say that because we did have the issue, in the second frame earlier today. But I believe those totals are following the players, and that's their own totals.
Hey guys, guess what we got?
Score update.
We have a score update coming to you here on BowlTV.com.
I just clicked the button to refresh, and I didn't have it yet.
It's because you got to know people.
Ah, okay. All right.
No score dash this week, huh, Mike?
There you go again. yeah. Aaron, last week we created a new thing called Score Dash. I was talking about how much I love being able to order food and have it delivered to me. Well, last week I was ordering standings updates, and they were dropping them off to me here. And I had the same driver almost every time. Every once in a while, Caitlin delivered my Score Dash, but Tennille delivered my Score Dash. Oh. Score Dash is here. Just came by, actually. But I'll let you read them off the electronic version since you get them early for some reason, Aaron, and you're privileged.
Very much so. Leading the way, Estefania Cobo, 270 out of the gate. So nice start for one of the rookies this year out on tour. Karina Capron, we saw the front nine for 267. She's in second place. Kayla Bandy, who we watched throughout the course of game one at 247. Julia Bond, who used to work here at Sun Valley Lanes, 247 as well. She had a nice article in the Lincoln Journal-Star today as well. So how about that? Pick that up if you're in Lincoln. Taylor Bailey, 245 out of the gates. Dasha Kovalova, who's on our featured pairs at the moment, 235, along with Josie Barnes and Taylor Boltice. So to answer your question, Mike, yes, that is the continuing total up on the board. So the 235 plus the 59 for Taylor there gets her to that 294 up there. So it's all coming together.
Yeah, if you don't mind here, I want to bring us in on the screen. I got to show something that just happened here. here in Lincoln, it's double your pleasure. So I had the score dash delivered by Tennille right here. That's this one. And now I have a driver named John.
Uh-oh.
He drops off his own version of the scores here. John Lucido. And it was hilarious because he walked by and he hands them to me. Then he sees I got this other sheet right here, and he just kind of goes like this. Like, look, man, I know you were hungry. I just brought you your order, but you're already eating. So we'll see who wins game number 2 between John and Tennille. Who gets me the scores first?
Boy, that's going to be epic. They're both very competitive. So I mean, that's going to be an epic battle.
It will be. Yeah, it will. This is going to be great.
It's going to be like Uber versus Lyft.
Sure is. And the whole ironic part of all this is both of them are probably thinking, aren't you a technology guy? Can't you just bring it up on your screen? But I'm old school. I do enjoy typing things up with my pen.
Yeah.
I heard that was a thing last week.
Yes. Well, once John knows there's a competition, he's going to ask you if there's a way to patch his feed directly into your computer so he can bypass Tennille. So that's coming next. Just FYI.
Well, now he's over here hooking up a printer right next to me. That may or may not have been true.
But we've also got the full readout of the standings up on the overhead monitors as well, so the players can see in real time where they stand.
I feel like this would be a great place to watch like NFL football on Sundays, like the Sunday ticket. Like John would have them all the screens programmed to where while you're bowling, whatever game's the closest would pop up.
It is the place for sure, especially even, with the renovations that we saw, especially so.
Shannon Pulowski started with 234. I'm keeping an eye on her. Defending champ Jordan Richard plus 25. I made a pretty bold statement yesterday as well, JT. I looked at all the players that didn't cash last week and the ones that were outside the cut line and which ones, have over a 50% chance of cashing week to week based off prior results. And 2 players, actually 3 players I called out that I said would cash for sure this week is Ashley Galante, Jen Higgins, and Diana Z. And then there were other players such as Clara Guerrero and Sandra Gongora, who's bowled great here in the past. Also players that were outside the cut line last week that I think are shoe-ins to cash this week.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think those are all great players, but I think the pattern is very similar to what we saw last week, with just with better carry. So I don't know. I think a few of those, if I had to bet, wouldn't cash this week.
Yeah, and Diana Z starts out, 192. And if you did miss last week, her bowling balls didn't appear until after the practice session. She was here in the building practicing yesterday with her bowling balls.
Yeah, I mean, Diana's such a confidence player. She'll find something she likes, and all of a sudden she'll win. But it seems like a little bit of a lull with her confidence. It doesn't feel like she's being very aggressive. And, out here, especially when there's some scores to be had, you've got to commit to what you're doing.
Ashley Galante started with 213. Stephanie Johnson with a slow start, game number 1. Bowled 177, but she's down on 3 and 4. Front 5.
I mean, out of that group that you named, Mike, I would say the one player that I would expect to have a good week would be Sandra Gongora. She's had a lot of success in this building. She's had some 300 games. She finished second last time. I think she's made the show twice, if I'm not mistaken, in this building. And she also has the front 5 this game.
Yeah, I believe she's over on 27 and 28 on the PWBA 4 channel. Sid Brummett's got the front 6, down on 7 and 8.
That's, one of the fun things about a tour, especially, for the veteran players. Sometimes a veteran player might be going through a little bit of a rough patch, but then you go back to a center that you're familiar with and you've had success in the past, and all of a sudden it can get you out of a slump real quick. In fact, I know on both the PBA and the PWBA tours, there were stops where players knew that they didn't bowl well in the building, and sometimes they would just skip the stop altogether.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of that went on.
Similar to what we see on the PGA tour with a lot of the players, where Tiger Woods, for example, wouldn't play a lot of venues because he just didn't like the golf course. And some of those places, are places would have thought he would have won many times, like Riviera Country Club, very close to where he grew up in Southern California, and he basically stopped coming to the event because he didn't like the golf course. Not that he didn't like the golf course, he just didn't play well on the golf course.
All right. Yeah, it's nothing personal. It's just
it's a great golf course.
Yeah. Skip procedure here today, just to let everyone know. And we'll just take, I was just looking for, so we'll take Shannon Plahowski here with Kara Mangiola, Shauna Strauss, Ashley Galante, Kelly Kulik. They start on lanes 19 and 20. They're now on lanes 21 and 22. They'll skip a pair and go to 25 and 26. Then they'll skip 27 and 28. And they'll skip 3 and 4, and they'll go to 5 and 6. Then they're going to slide right over and bowl on lane 7 and 8, skip 9 and 10, and bowl on 11 and 12. So there's your skip procedure. All the pairs skip the exact same way as they move throughout Sun Valley lanes and games. I'm going to bounce out of here and head over to PWBA 4 channel. Get a look at Liz Johnson. Got a max score 278 halfway through the game. We mentioned Sandra Gongora, who had the front 5. She's got an 8 spare up in the 6th. Couple of 9-pins staring at us here on 27 and 28. James McGorvin asks, so what do most of the ladies do after they are finished following this event? Do they go home or on to the next tour stop? And generally what they do is they almost all go home. Just depending, but most of them go home, spend a couple days with the fam. If they have a second job, or a primary job, I should say, they go back and they do what they need to do there, and then right back out on the road. Daniel asks, where can we find lane pairings and scoring? PWBA.com. Click on the Lincoln results, or also inside of here, up above in the chat area. If you click on the middle icon, it's got like a left arrow, /, and a right arrow. It takes you to all the links right there. They're all available for you right here, very conveniently on bowltv.com. Deandra Asbeatty, someone that has kind of just bowled part-time on the tour. Last week, bowled really well. She cashed. She graduated from University of Nebraska, as a lot of the players in this field have, and she was really excited to be able to bring her kids with her and let her kids experience what it was like to be on tour with mom, and they're here again this week, Jersey and Madden. They're not allowed in the building here because of COVID protocols. But I mentioned her because I just took a peek on lanes 3 and 4, and she's bowling good here this game. She's got a spare, a triple, a spare, a 4-bagger, a spare, and a double. And the first game she bowled 216. So I know it would mean a great deal to Deandra to be able to get another win out here on the PWBA Tour. I think she's got her mind in the right spot. She also has this program that she has called Beyond the Lanes. And she sends out emails to her email list of folks that follow her at Beyond the Lanes. It's a pretty cool thing. And I read her email she sent out, and she felt like she belonged. She also had a great conversation with Maria from Russia, who was paired up with her last week. And Maria asked her for some advice on how she could manage the season and not let her nerves get the best of her. And it's a really nice read. So it's good to see Deandra bowling well here this morning. Liz Culkin down on lanes 5 and 6 has 4 in a row, 8 spare, and then a triple. Daria Payok did not start out quite the way she wanted to this morning. Only bowling 179, but she's turning things around. She's got an opportunity for a Century Award still through 8 frames. Right on the nose. She could be 100 pins better. 279, that max score for Daria. She's down on lanes 9 and 10. Abby Ragsdale still has a potential 268 on lanes 11 and 12 heading into the 10th frame. Julia Bond through 8 frames on 19 and 20. Possible 279. Just trying to give you an idea of some of the high scores in the bowling centers. We do have live scoring this week. You can also click through and see these as well. Last week we talked a lot about Verity and her struggles to be able to even get over here and bowl. And she really electrified us here on Bowl TV on her second qualifying block. Bowled a huge score. And then came in the next day and wasn't able to repeat what she did the night before. Kind of went backwards, still got out a nice cash out of the event, but a little disappointing finish for Verity, but it felt good to be back bowling. And now Daria Payok gets to go through the exact same feeling that Verity Crawley did last week.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to watch for, Mike, is, just how different the lanes played on day 2 in Egan versus how different they're going to play here. I personally, if I had to guess, I would say they're not going to be as different here. I think the surface is a little bit more high friction, and I don't think we're going to see that kind of as the event went on last week. It seemed like the players who were a little bit straighter were able to navigate pair to pair a little bit more consistently. Although, Kelly Kulik, of course, still made the show. So I think that's going to be something to watch for here. And, especially if Daria bowls well, and it certainly looks like she's bowling well this game.
The other member of what they call the trio, Daria and Verity, is Diana. And Diana is up on lane 27 here for us. And she's got a nice string of strikes going into the 9th frame.
Yeah, there's that out of bounds we talked about a little earlier. If you get it a little right at 7-8 at the break point, it's just not going to make the turn.
Larry in the chat, I see your comment. I was not going to go there. Here's Liz Johnson. Ooh, a little break there.
Yeah, great break there.
I don't think this is going to be a fan favorite here by any means, but JT, there's been a lot of different events over the years, especially on the PBA tour, like plastic ball competitions. You can only use certain balls. A lot of different odd formats. And I just had this weird idea here with Lucido's place, with the amazing light show that they have. I wonder why we haven't ever had a cosmic bowling, professional bowling event. And if there was ever going to be one, I think this would be the place to host it.
I wonder who the best bowler would be, not being able to see.
Right.
Who's the best bowler in the dark?
Yes.
I have no idea what the answer would be. Wouldn't even know who to pick. I'd pick Matt McNeil.
Yeah. And they could play music, and that would be an interesting commentating event. Glow-in-the-dark bowling, the pin lights and the lights that go up and down the lanes are flashing and moving around to every song. We could take requests from the chat.
Matt's shaking his head yes. He likes the idea. He's in.
I would imagine with that much stuff going on, the straighter players would have an advantage no matter the pattern.
I don't know, man. I grew up bowling with Robert Smith, and he was notorious for, we'd ask him what he was looking at, and he would say, I don't look at anything. And he kicked our butts every time. So I'm guessing he would have had a pretty good time.
Liz Johnson's got 2:45 left here. Yeah, I don't know. It's just always something I kind of thought about. And that national anthem this morning really got me thinking about it.
Yeah, the coolest national anthem in bowling is right here. In fact, I think one of our seasons that was our number one most engaging post was we recorded the national anthem here and posted it on social media, and it got huge. Which now our bosses are wondering why we didn't do it this morning. But yeah, it was so cool that it got massive engagement on social media.
Well, just imagine having an event. You want to talk about trying to get sponsors. I bet we could get some lighting company to sponsor that one. We got some guesses here in the chat or some predictions. The GOAT would win that one. Shannon O'Keefe would win that event. You could have the American Open where all we do is just play like American songs to light shows. And you start with the national anthem and you follow it up with Born in the USA by...
Don't even think about it.
Yeah, Aaron Smith jumping in there. But it was, interestingly enough, when I worked for PBA, there were a lot of discussions about formats and oil patterns and who they favored and things like that. And Steve Miller, who was formerly the CEO of the PBA, basically would just say, he would get tired of the arguments, and he would say, you know what, guys, if we went out and bowled in the parking lot, it would be the same guys winning every week because they're the best.
Yep.
So, yeah, my guess is we'd probably have the same group that would be winning on if we turned the lights off, or if we didn't put oil in the lanes, or we we put barriers up on the lanes and made them throw the ball around the barriers like Wii bowling. The best bowlers are the best bowlers because they're the best bowlers.
Well, I would volunteer to do some commentating on the Cosmic Bowling Open or the Glow Bowling Open, whatever it is it would be called. And Liz Johnson just bowled 245, everybody, and Diana's got 244 left here. Sandra's tripping 4 pins, throwing pins around. She shoots 220. Kind of a disappointing 8th and 9th frame there for Sandra. Back-to-back opens. Diana's got a pullover on. She's got gloves on. You don't see that all the time. To those of you that didn't get the reference earlier about the Born in the USA, there's a young man on our broadcast today, devastatingly handsome, that cannot stand the boss.
Hard facts. Hard facts, Michael.
It's a little bit of an irrational fear too. It's kind of a you have to kind of go back and put Aaron Smith on a psychologist's couch and start to pick his brain as to why the utter hatred of Bruce Springsteen.
It's a simple tale, really.
Oh, there's a story. I don't think I've ever heard the story.
It's not so much a story; it's just a trend. In general, it's been overblown over the years, but I've enjoyed the legacy growing with it. As Nick Hoagland, who I'm sure is watching right now, can attest to some fun mornings at the Hoosier Classic with 80 lanes worth of Springsteen's greatest hits playing. But essentially, the backstory is I just never thought, like, it just wasn't my cup of tea. Was not a big Bruce Springsteen fan. Didn't, add in the saxophones and all that. Didn't like his voice that much. It just wasn't for me. But the problem was everybody asked me, because I was like a classic rock guy. I just didn't like Springsteen. And everybody would ask, hey, you like Springsteen? Don't you like Springsteen? Isn't he the best? And I would continue to say, no, he's not. I don't like him at all. I don't like his music. But as it continued to go on and more people knew about it, more and more would bring up the fact, kind of like you did there, Mike, knowing you would get a reaction out of me, because I would just do that because I'd say, no, I don't want to hear it. I've had enough of the Bruce Springsteen propaganda out there that he's so great. So essentially, it's grown into its own separate world from that. But yes, essentially, I'm just not a fan of the music. That's all.
Gotcha.
He's not one of my favorites either. But I mean, I don't have a voodoo doll in my house like you do.
Well, I know you're not a fan of the lyrics of the summer of '69. What is that? Glory Days? Is that the song title? Glory Days? The Speedball. That's. I know that's one that Aaron Smith really hates. Is like nobody calls a fastball a speedball.
Nobody.
And it's now synonymous with something else.
But here's the thing: who's proofing this stuff? That's what I do a lot. I read stuff and I wonder why someone writes something the way they do, and why did nobody in the band jump? Little Stevie, why didn't he step in and say, "Why don't you call it a fastball, Bruce?" Clarence could have said the same thing. He didn't say anything.
We've got some really nice discussion here in the chat, by the way, guys. I'm reading all of it. It's fantastic.
Well, there's a great Ferris Bueller reference in the chat. Abe Froman, I heard he was the devastatingly handsome and the sausage king of Chicago.
Well, speaking of devastatingly handsome, folks, when you're picking up bowling gear, you want to look out for I Am Bowling, Logo Infusion's newest bowling apparel brand. Be sure to check them out at iambowling.com.
Getting ready to head into game number 3 here. Glad you're with us here in Lincoln. PWBA Lincoln Open, Sun Valley Lanes and Games, John Lucido's place. It's Neil Milligan, Director of Operations, Tournament Director here on site, delivering our score dash to the booth. Along with Caitlin Nelson is here as well on site, working the event. She's updating all the Instagram stories. She hung all the signage. She works with all the player services. Does a great job, along with Cecil Scarborough, also here for doing the bowling ball drilling and that. Jason Thomas, myself on site, Aaron Smith in Bowl TV Studios. Now, I have just had a score dash delivered to me. And this time, it was from Sun Valley Lane staff.
Oh, see, I told you. Told you John's competitive.
So I've got scores. Aaron Smith, you got scores?
I do not have scores, so.
Oh, ain't that a shame?
So, Michael, the ball is in your court.
Which is another great song. Liz Culkin, your new tournament leader. +4. I'm sorry. Let's try that again. She's +94. See, they don't have plus minuses here on this sheet for me, so I'm just in habit here. She's 94 over. She's averaging 247. She bowled 278 her second game. Kayla Bandy is in second. She's 84 over. Jordan Richard with 258 the last game is now in third at 83 over. Julia Bond, 78 over. She's in fourth. Clara Guerrero, 77 over in fifth. Brianna Klimmer, Karina Capron, Josie Barnes.
Capron.
Thank you, Capron.
Yep.
I got to put a little ampersand over the top or something here. Josie Barnes, Taylor Baltice, and Liz Johnson, your top 10. Currently right now, out of 65 players, 33 of them, 30, because there's a three-way tie, 35 are or more are averaging 200 plus. So Liz Culkin up top.
A fun note, you mentioned Jordan Richard was at plus 58. Is that what you said?
Jordan Richard is plus 83.
83. Okay.
Yeah.
That was not remotely close at all, but
no, you did hear correctly because she bowled 258.
258. Interesting note from her win in 2019. You know when she took over the lead?
When was that? The last game?
It was game 3 of round number 1, and then she never gave it up the rest of the tournament.
Was your father an elephant with a memory like that?
No, not at all. He worked at the phone company. That's why I'm named Aaron, by the way. Did you know that? Because I have a common last name. Smith is a pretty common last name, as is Thomas. Flanagan, not quite as much. But back when we had the phone books, he always wanted me to be the first Smith in the phone book. So the quickest way to get there was the AA. So there you go. Fun story. We brought it full circle.
That's really how you were named?
Yeah, that's the story I like to tell, at least. I'm sure there's more to it, but that's like the good dad joke in there when you're amongst friends or something comes up with the name and then he can drop that in there. You know, I work for the phone company, want to be first in the phone book, that type of thing. It's a dad thing.
Well, if you ever come out with your own company, I guess you need to start it with the AA at the beginning. Aaron Tires. Aaron Electronics.
It's all about being first.
Is that why Aaron's rent-to-own is so successful?
It's everywhere. It is everywhere.
Hosan is saying good night. See you the next round. He's going to bed.
Have a great evening, Hosan, one of our extremely dedicated Bowl TV fans. Big thanks to everybody for joining us here throughout the course of the competition this week. I'm sure a few folks joining for the first time who spent some time with us for the USBC convention and annual meeting, virtual this year, just wrapped up yesterday. So big thanks to them. A lot of familiar faces as well. Good question by Kenneth. We see it quite a bit, asking about the points up there next to your name. That's something we're going to be working toward releasing in a little bit. So some more information will be available about that later. So just keep accumulating the points. The more points you have, the better. And if you need a gauge for someone who spends a lot of time on Bowl TV, I have 949 points.
My points haven't gone up in a week, and I know I've been on Bowl TV.
I have 1,505 points.
Oh, see, JT, the new king.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I'm at like 310. I do have a score dash update, though, guys. Tennille just walked over, pointed at this printout, gave me a thumbs up, which means, Mike, I'm not printing your scores anymore. You've got a new score dash team bringing you scores every game. So there is no longer a competition on getting scores over here.
Tennille Milligan throwing in the towel early.
Well, I think they probably had a little discussion there and said, look, there's no sense in wasting this many trees, just to send Flanagan over a paper copy of scores when he could just look it up on his computer or his phone.
Those are available online now as well. So if you are able to hit the refresh button on your qualifying one standings, should be good to go.
John Lucido. He made he's listening to us on the air talking about the competition and posts winning with a smiley face. That's so awesome.
Yeah. Because when he came over here to hand me these scores, he was like so proud of himself. like if I didn't have a headset on, he was going to be like, hey, Mike, I've got your scores for you pretty quick here, at Sun Valley Lanes and Games. And then he looked, and like his mouth just opened and could not believe that I already had scores as a printout. And I know what he did. He had a Zoom call with his entire staff, even the ones that aren't working right now, and decided to let him know, look, we're going to get these scores over there to Flanagan because he needs them printed out. He's a prima donna, and he doesn't look at them on a screen. He needs a hard copy. And, I mean, I'm telling you, the last ball was thrown, game number 2, and I couldn't count to 5 before those scores were already printed out of his wonderful printer he's got, and just boom, right here. Now, if I could put in a request, if you could have the top 32 all highlighted so I know the cut number, that would even be better.
Wow. Okay, now you're pushing it. And the funny thing is, I think they're actually updated on the scoreboards above the lanes quicker than Mike's getting the printout.
Oh, wow. Well, I refuse to read the electronic screens. I'm going to wait for the paper copy to come over here. And John, I was just kidding about the highlights. That was a complete joke. Don't try to figure that out. Got a question about Daria Payok in the chat. She is in 17th position, 27 over. And Verity Crawley, also an update. She bowled 207, 211. She sits at 18 over in 24th place. Shannon O'Keefe looked completely lost the first game, bowled 184, grinded through it, picked a lot of washouts, picked a 210. And in her second game, she improved with a 236 game. So there she is, just hanging out in 22nd position at plus 20. Liz Culkin has the high game of the tournament thus far, 278. She won the high game jackpot, game number 2, if there was such a thing. Game number 1 would have gone to Estefania Cobo at plus 70. She bowled 270. Danielle McEwen just picks the 4-9 like it's nothing. Great spare conversion by Danielle. Going to bounce out of here and head over to lanes 13 through 16, which is PWBA 1. Which on the right side of your screen is Maria Jose Rodriguez, Taylor Bailey, Karina Capron, Abby Ragsdale, and Brianna Klimmer. Left side of your screen, Megan Carpenter, Jennifer Horisak, Valerie Bercier, Daria Payok, and Cassandra Luthold.
Jennifer had herself a nice week in Twin Cities, making that first cut.
Yeah, she bowled great. She was towards the top of the leaderboard for a pretty steady amount of the tournament. Got a question on what lanes Verity Crawley's on. She's on 19 and 20 currently, which is on PWBA number 2 if you'd like to go over and watch her bowl. And I was late to the party because Aaron Smith already answered that question in the chat.
I just call that extended customer service.
Notice I'm not saying anything about what's happening over here on 15 and 16 currently.
I was just taking a long look at the scoreboards up there and contemplating similar things of how to talk about it by not talking about it.
Everybody, we got the front 5 twice on 15 and 16. Both players are going to be up in the 6th frame, looking to extend their string en route to a perfect 300 game here on bowltv.com. Not dancing around it anymore.
I like it.
We're calling it. Tell you what, Karina has really impressed me here. I remember when she won in Cleveland, she was about half as tall at junior gold. She throws it great. Maria Jose Rodriguez, now her string is over after 5, leaves the 6-10. Here's Daria throwing it to 3, 6, 7, 10. Oh, I thought for sure she had that. Abby Ragsdale looking to extend her string of strikes here to 6.
I feel Abby put together a pretty nice, just looking at the standings from last week. I feel Abby made that first cut, moved into some day 2 bowling. Rookie out there this year.
Yeah, she bowled great. And now she leaves the 2-8.
She also bowled the Kickoff Classic Series, and Phil took a lot away from that, understanding what's going on tour, kind of obviously a unique event in its own right, but kind of get to see it there and take what you learned from that and apply it in Twin Cities. And looking for another strong week here. No problem on the spare. And just like that, Michael.
Just like that.
Both of our front fries are over.
We got a couple of 278 max scores up there now. I'm looking at the positive side of things. I mean, you don't think these players wouldn't mind having 278?
Oh, I'd love 278 every game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I don't know what the problem is.
I mean, technically, isn't that easier when you think about it? You know, if you're stepping up in the 10th and you can shoot 279 max out versus the extra pressure of having to shoot 300?
Totally. We're doing the players a favor here. Brianna Klimmer had a nice showing last week as well. Looking good this week. Going to bounce out of here. Let's head back over to what we're calling our end pairs here with 29-30 and 31-2 not in play. Head over to lanes 27 through 28.
Shauna Strauss with the hit there. She was actually just in Reno. I saw her just a couple days ago at the Women's Championships, getting her 9 games in at the WC this year at the National Bowling Stadium. Currently ongoing now until July 4th.
Any idea how she did?
If only there was a place to look it up. I can look that up. It's on bowl.com/women's champ. And I'll tell you.
I always have enjoyed watching her bowl. She's got a very fundamentally sound game. Kelly Gillick in that backswing really high up there, it looked like. Gonna head over to lane 17 through 20.
Looks like we've got some strings of strikes up there.
Yeah, on the left side of your screen, you got Stephanie Zavala, Jordan Richard, Tiffany Morris, Kayla Crawford, and Clara Guerrero. On the right side of your screen, you got Verity Crawley, Joe Wood, Kayla Bandy, Shannon O'Keefe, and Jennifer Couples. Shannon O'Keefe has 4 in a row. Taylor Crawford with 6 in a row. Tiffany Morris with 6 in a row currently. Nice break for Tiffany Morris there. See if she can go up in a 10th frame and capitalize on that Brooklyn. To those of you that have been with us since the beginning of today's coverage, we watched Shannon O'Keefe really struggle the first game to have a good ball reaction. And she's got a good ball reaction now. She's in a different ball. Not sure if she's in the same part of the lane or not. We're thinking like 13 or 14 at the arrows.
Yeah, she's a little bit farther in since we saw her in game 1. Nice shot from Kayla, far left of your screen. Former junior Team USA member. Collegiate standout at St. Ambrose. Now into the 250s. One more gets her into the 260s. Speaking of collegiate standouts, excuse me. Nice shot there from Stephanie. She was a Bearcat at Sam Houston State. A couple of years back.
Coach Brad Hagan has been a fixture there, building that program.
Big fan of Coach Brad. Good guy.
He's all right. I hope he's watching. No, I like Brad too. I see them at the Southland Bowling League every year. And a few texts throughout the year as well, just to see how I'm doing.
See, nice guy.
I know he is.
.257 for Zavala. Crawford's going to be in the 250s as well. I'm going to make a bold prediction this year, Michael.
Okay.
I know you like bold predictions.
I do.
There will be a week this year. It might be this week. It might be some week down the road. I have no idea how much he's planning on bowling. But I would not be surprised to see Stephanie Zavala make a top 12 and push for a show this year. She has a unique ball roll. She can kind of do things that other players can't do out there. And I've seen it before. When she starts striking, she can strike a bunch. So bold prediction this year. I think this is her first year on tour. A couple years removed from the collegiate scene, but... Oh. Well, that 8-pin was just rude, but... So I think Stephanie can do things out there that a few other players can't. And as JT says, you have to do something unique out there or be really good at a lot of things. And I think she can do something that not a lot of folks can do out there. And I would not be surprised to see a strong run out here or out here on tour this year from her.
Yeah, no, she's awesome. And I agree with you. I think she could definitely do so. I just watched Verity Crawley's bowling ball on lane 19. I'm sure a lot of other people saw it too because it was right here on your screen. That bowling ball hit the pocket and the ball almost hit the 7-pin. It was moving with that much direction through the pin deck.
It's a high friction surface, Mike.
You know, she's definitely not going to leave a 4 or 5 today.
Wow.
I would hope not.
Wow.
With that kind of ball motion.
See, man, that's my problem. I don't bowl at enough high friction surfaces enough high friction surfaces.
Boy. I'll tell you though, when Verity went on that run last week, I mean, her ball goes through the pins better than anybody on tour. The question is, can she hit the pocket enough? Really, if she does, she's going to win.
That was pretty crazy. I read about that after the fact. 290, was it 290, 279, or the other way around?
Yeah, it was 290, 279, and it was a 20 bagger. So, yeah, she went spare 11 bagger, then front 9. And, had a huge block. But, I mean, her ball was going through the pins so perfectly. It was, she had the slap 10. She had the, if she hit flush, it was just no resistance. The ball just kind of went through and the pins just fell straight back. She had the light mixer working. She had trip 4. But, I mean, like Mike said, I mean, her ball just cuts through the pins so perfectly. And then, the problem she ran into the next day was, they got a little tighter and she had to play straighter angles. She kind of got faked out trying to play a little too far left in the first block. So she moved down the leaderboard and still made it to the round of 12. But then, had a different strategy for the round of 12, but it still wasn't good enough to get back into the show. But I'll tell you, if she bowls well today and, the conditions play tomorrow similarly to how they play today, I would look out for her.
Verity wrapped the 10 on the right lane. O'Keefe up here in the 10th frame.
The thing that makes Jason Belmonte so great, there's a lot of things, but I think the main thing is that he kind of thinks about things differently than a lot of other players. He always is thinking about making his ball go through the pins right first. Whereas a lot of players try to hit the pocket first, then figure out how to get the ball to go through the pins right. He doesn't think about it that way. He doesn't try to hit the pocket in a way that's not going to allow the ball to go through the pins right. And so when he does figure out how to hit the pocket consistently, that's why he goes on those massive runs and shoots, big score after big score after big score. And I think Verity has the same skill out here, but she doesn't hit the pocket consistently as often as Jason Belmonte does. But if she can find a way to do that, she would dominate this tour, in my opinion.
I draw a comparison to Dom Barrett when I think of Verity, just from the way that she delivers the bowling ball down the lane. And then there's also the same country thing going on too. But you look when Dom Barrett's lined up, you could almost say the same thing that you were just saying about Verity about Dom Barrett. He throws an amazing strike ball. When he's got it going through the pins, he's got it going through the pins. I know Belmo's a much more extreme case, but you look at how many titles Dom Barrett's won, you look at how many times Verity Crawley has won, you look at, they're just their performances, and you think that they'd be well along more titles than what they actually have. And they both have a lot of fans. A lot of people who root for them.
Crawley finishes that game with 248 to get to 66 over through 3. Shannon O'Keefe, 249, now plus 69 for her 3 games.
JT, we talked about 660 for 3 games kind of being the number last week. I think that number's higher or lower this week?
I think about the same. The only difference is I think, like I've said it a couple times already, I think the scores are going to be a little higher tomorrow than we saw on day 2 in Egan. I don't think we're going to see the backpedaling that we saw, on day 2 last week. I think we'll actually see scores go up tomorrow.
Mike, for the viewers or commentators who are unable to watch last week, could you explain the 660 thing a little bit more?
Oh yeah. We were just kind of talking about pace of play, and the scores were bouncing around. They were kind of all over the place, and I just made a statement that, if you can bowl 660, 660, and go to lunch, you're going to be in a good spot. And what happened was 660 kind of rang through the entire event. 220 average.
There's a lot of ways to bowl 660.
We saw it last week.
We saw it last week, and we also mentioned our friend Samuel Guy from the office there at IBC headquarters. He's one of our folks that certifies lane beds, and he's a really good league bowler, 220 to 230 average league bowler, and bowled a 3-game set a couple weeks back that consisted of an 88 game in game number 1. That's right, 88. Then 279 and 268. So that was a real set. And he got practice. He got warm up. He didn't miss any frames. He bowled an 88 and still shot 640.
Not gonna lie, I bowled in that very league with Sam, and he shot about the same exact thing Wednesday. He did not do it with an 88 though.
We don't recommend you bowling 640 with an 88 game, but it certainly can be done. But we did see a lot of funny 660s last week. 298, 140. 230, I think, was one. Kelly Kulik. But we also saw a lot of 219, 222, 218 660s.
Variety being the spice of life to get to plus 60. When you're out there competing, whether it's on the PWBA tour or back home in your local Wednesday night league, you definitely got to remember that 3G shoes provide unparalleled value and performance to match your skills. From our top line, from the top of the line Tour Ultra to the budget priced kicks, they make sure every single pair of shoes is built for durability, comfort, and style. Be sure to visit 3gbowling.com to pick the best shoe style for your game.
Giselle can finish with 187. This is the last bowler to finish in the entire building.
How about that? While we're doing that, let's get to some questions in the chat. I'll throw this one to you guys to maybe take a crack at. A good one from Barbara. What are some of the notes these athletes put in their journals? As she mentioned, seeing Shannon O'Keefe always journaling out there on the lanes. What are some of the things that you've heard from the players over the years that they tend to write down when they're competing at a center, and especially at a center that they've been at before?
Want me to take this one, JT?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I know Shannon pretty well, especially with our backstage bowling product that we put together. Shameless plug there for a minute, but she talks about a lot in there, and she basically just journals her entire day with details, pair to pair. So last week, for instance, when I was talking to her, and she, I didn't ask about her journal, but she just said, I moved to this pair, and in my journal, it told me it was tighter. The last 2 times I've been here, it's tighter, and 15 and 16. And so I made a ball change too late. I went to a Rodman Pearl, and I struck out the last six frames. And I should have paid attention to my notes and what I had in my journal a little bit better. She also puts down how she feels like she's throwing the ball, or what things is she struggling with while she's participating in an event. So when she goes back and looks at the notes, she wants to know if she's at 100% and if she was able to repeat. And she'll even put notes in there. I was kind of missing right. I had a physical issue where I was missing right, and I bowled 160. So take that into consideration if I could come back here again. This is the reaction that I saw by missing right. You'll also see things in there that are kind of her go-tos whenever she gets in a habit of something happening. So if I'm leaving buckets consistently, she'll go in there and she's got a little section for when she leaves buckets consistently, what she's done in the past to fix that, whether if it's making a ball change, doing something with her hand, etc. So, and Danielle does it as well. Danielle McEwen, she journals. I talked to Gigi Mason last week. She said she also journals. And I see a lot of notebooks on tables now that I'm thinking about it. I'm just looking around, and there's journals everywhere. So that's becoming a very common thing. And, the thing you could do is just being a league bowler. Imagine if you and your teammates in a 5-person league, and I know it's more about just having fun and having a day away from work. And I know this is work, bowling on the PWBA tour, and these are jobs. But if you want to have a leg up on your competition at league and you want to win with your buddies, you should keep a little notebook, pair to pair in your bowling center. I bet you'll find out some real good information about what the lanes do for you when you go there over a couple of seasons if you bowl with the same people. And you can take a little tip here from the PWBA tour and apply it to your league sessions. And let us know in a few years how that works out for you.
Yeah, no, it's a good point, Mike. And, one of the things I've always been fascinated by are, like, for example, we go to North Rock Lanes quite a bit. And, obviously a lot of the players from Wichita State did a lot of bowling in there. And, if you go to that center and, Chris Barnes is competing, he knows every characteristic of every pair in that building because he bowled league there for a number of years. So, it helps when you're bowling a tournament to know the characteristics. And the interesting thing is, do you, like, for example, if Shannon O'Keefe is bowling on 25 and 26 right now, and she looks back at her notes and she sees, 25 and 26 is typically hooking, 3 boards more than the previous pair that I'm coming off of. Do you make that adjustment today right out of the gate? Or if you're lined up, do you just throw the shot where you were lined up previously, watch it hook high, and then make the adjustment? Because, you never know. The pair might be playing different that day. So, that's, but you certainly have a leg up. So when you it's a decision to make. If you go to that pair and you decide not to move and you go high, I should have listened to my notes. But for sure that the characteristic of that pair is that it hooks 3 boards more. So you make the move and you're a little bit ahead of the game rather than taking, 3 or 4 shots on that lane before you make the proper adjustment.
Great question there. Keep them coming in the chat, folks. And Mike, I just want to ask you, do you have scores already for Game 3? Because I got them here in my email inbox from John Lucido.
Oh, no, you're getting them emailed to you. I thought John and I were tight. I thought we were on a first-name basis, but I guess not. Yeah, you want to give them a rundown?
Sure. I will. And John even hopped in the Bull TV chat as well. That's how I knew to check my email. I saw it in there. Liz Culkin continues to lead 716 for 3. Clara Guerrero, 698 for her first 3. And second, Dasha Kovalova, last week's champion, 695, along with Kayla Bandy. Julia Bond at 694. Jordan Richard at 679. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 673. Liz Johnson, 672. Valerie Bercier and Shannon O'Keefe round out the top 10, tied at 669. If you guys are curious, a total of 14 players above that 660 number you spoke of. And taking a look overall, 41 players, averaging at least 200 through the first 3 games.
Pretty cool to see Clara Guerrero up there in second place after missing the cut last week. Pretty cool to see Dasha Kovalova, our winner last week, inside the top 5. She's tied for third, as you said. Liz Johnson going for title number 25 this week. Says she would like to get this one before her next birthday, which just so happens to be Sunday. Sneaky pick here, Cassandra Luthold. Every time I show up to an event and I watch her bowl, she's always near the top. She doesn't bowl a lot on tour, but when she does, she anchored Nebraska for a while.
That would be a fun side event for this week. And I know you love these, Mike, and additional, if you know, we had the fantasy draft during the U.S. Open. If we had just a Cornhuskers team draft of PWBA players in the field this week. Obviously, we're 3 games in already, so we know who's off to a strong start. But it'd be so curious to I'd like to see that discussion in the chat as well. They've won 6 national or NCAA titles, a couple more on the intercollegiate team championship side before switching over to strictly NCAA competition. What is the greatest Nebraska 5 of all time? And I don't know. I don't know if I have a pick in that. But there have been just so many incredible teams and incredible players. And we look at, the probably 10 plus Cornhuskers in the field this week, and, some from different eras who have found success. We talked about, Deandra and Shannon Pluhowski, kind of that early 2000s range. There's John Lucido right there. Look at him handing out candy, taking care of business. I don't know why I got so excited about that. But you look at some of the teams in the mid 2000s to later part of the decade. That's kind of the Lindsay Baker at the time, Lindsay Boomershine teams. Some phenomenal teams there. You go into the mid 2000 or 2010s. That's kind of the Liz Culkin, Julia Bond, Gigi Mason time. There's just been so many phenomenal teams at Nebraska. They need to have some type of get-together at some point. Have everybody practice for it, get ready. I want to see the best era teams out there competing to find out who is the best Nebraska team of all time. Also, good news is that that little rant of mine gave us enough time to update the scores, so those are available online now as well for everybody. So,
I'm going to kick things off here with with Shannon Polhowski. She would make up, if I get to hand pick whoever I want from all these years. That's not necessarily who bowled together, but Shannon Polhowski. She was an All-American all 4 years. Jennifer Daughtery was also All-American all 4 years. Andrea Ridgey was an All-American all 4 years. Kim Burke. Amanda Burgoyne, now Vermelia, also was an All-American all 4 years. As you mentioned, Lindsay Baker, now Boomershine, all 4 years. Cassandra Luthold, all 4 years. Julia Bond, all 4 years. It kind of starts there for me. I know there were some other really talented players that went through there, but those are the ones that were All-Americans all 4 years.
You named a bunch of names there, but that's a pretty rare accomplishment. There aren't a lot of other players that are on that list. I mean, from other schools.
Right.
They might have a quarter or, maybe even like a half of the list.
There's a pair of Brendas here that I thought were tremendous bowlers when they were competing in college. Brenda Norman, now Brenda Mack. Brenda Edwards, now Brenda Padilla, right? Or is it
Padilla?
Padilla, yes.
Stephen Padilla, right?
Correct.
Culkin and Asbeatty were three-year All-Americans.
I see some folks in the chat talking about Bill Straub as well now, and that makes my heart full right now. Bill was kind enough to join us here on Bold TV at a collegiate event a couple months back and chat for about half an hour, and just a phenomenal experience. As Jordan just takes the head pin off there, don't see that too often. But Bill Straub, just a phenomenal individual. Was very happy to get the chance to talk to him during that, and glad to see the love is reciprocated in the chat as well. So, shout out to Bill Straub.
I think it needs to be said too that when Paul Klimpa got the head coaching job, that was the right move by Nebraska to do. They could have selected someone else, but Paul Klimpa put in his time. And then I think I was even more happy for Paul and Shannon Polhowski, who became the assistant coach, on winning this year. It just, proves that everything is right. Because, how long did Paul sit around and just be the assistant? I'm sure he could have gone other places.
Michael, would you like to know the answer to that?
Of course I would, Aaron.
I want to say, I'm trying to look for my story here. I believe it's 22 years. That's the
22 years. You talk about Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre for what, 3 years? 22 years. I wouldn't have the patience for that. So if he wouldn't have got that job, that would have been a travesty. I'm glad it worked out.
And folks, as a shameless plug as well, please be sure to check out the May edition. It's still April, though. Mike, did you know it's still April?
I heard that somewhere.
It's but check out the May edition of Bowler's Journal. There's a quick recap story about the NCAA Women's Bowling Championship. Got the opportunity to talk to Coach Klempa and Cassidy Ray and get some thoughts on their performance that week. So be sure to check that out in your mailboxes soon. And if you have not subscribed to Bowler's Journal, please be sure to do so. Check it out, bowlersjournal.com.
Do you know how lucky we are to have a bowling magazine that's done as well as Bowler's Journal is? We're very lucky to have that publication still around.
I believe we're at 108 years now.
Where do you subscribe to get it? Like, do you got to go to a bowling center and pull out one of those little perforated little cards inside of one of them, or how do you sign up for Bowler's Journal and get a subscription?
You just gotta go to bowlersjournal.com. It's that quick and easy. There's a option right at the top of the page for subscriptions to purchase one for yourself or even gift one to a friend or a family member who you know loves bowling. Bowlersjournal.com.
Those little subscription cards, man, those are so, like, you go to the bathroom with your Bowler's Journal and you open it up and then all those little subscription cards fall in the toilet. And you have to wait till next month until you can renew your subscription. I know. I hate when that happens.
That is the problem.
I'll tell you, I said it last week, and if you missed it last week, you will know what a huge Brianna Clemmer fan I am. But I'm just watching her bowl right now, and it's just incredible to watch. Her game is so solid. The fundamentals are just as good as it gets. I'm gonna keep picking her every week, guys, until she wins.
She has won at every level, going back to junior gold, a standout for Junior Team USA, a back-to-back winner at the U.S. Amateur Championship, an NCAA and ITC team champion, and she also won the 2019 Intercollegiate Singles Championships with McKendry. And JT, that's coming up shortly as well. We got the ISC and the ITC coming up here on Bowl TV just in we got about 96 hours.
Yeah, going straight from here. Gonna stop in DFW to repack my suitcase and then back out to Grand Rapids for ITCs.
All available here on bowltv.com. Qualifying to match play for both events, with the finals being on CBS Sports Network, taped throughout May and June. I should say airing throughout May and June.
If any college coaches are watching or listening today, I do have years of eligibility left. I'd like to send me a scholarship offer, free ride, plus whatever else. I'm certainly taking offers.
Mike will also work part-time in the SID department.
I'll also work in if you have a meteorologist program, I'd be more than happy to work there. I've been known to predict rain.
Well, I'm noticing, guys, that players with a little bit higher rev rate or lower ball speed right now are having some issues keeping the ball off the nose. So they're certainly going through some transition, starting to see some early hook, and starting to have to force the players to figure out, do they jump left, or do they try to ball down? Do they throw the ball harder? There wasn't a ton of surface being used, but certainly now would be the time where you might see some shinier bowling balls coming out of the bag.
Yeah, I'm curious about, we kind of tracked it on the first pair during on 13 and 14. We saw Shannon O'Keefe. We talked about, trying to find a look, playing a little bit more direct. I believe Mike said she used maybe a little bit too strong of a ball to start. But, we saw a few players, Kayla Bandy closer to the 15 range, Verity Crawley closer to almost fourth arrow, and curious of pair to pair how much, variance there was from starting positions for where folks thought they could get some score from, and B, how much that has affected it from pair to pair as well. Just playing different parts of the lane, opening it up to different ways to create some different looks and, potentially leaving some players guessing heading to a new pair.
Taylor Bailey with a end to her string there, strikes.
See Brianna Clemmer there. She's crossing fourth arrow at the arrows, which is about an arrow deeper than where she started, but still in the same ball. So I'm just curious to see, the players that like to hook it, how far left are they going to be able to move and still have a look? We saw Verity Crawley last week, getting into inside a fifth arrow. But I don't know if that's going to be an option here this week. Certainly have to like what Clara Guerrero's doing. Just staying to the right, using her touch and soft hand to get the ball through the front part of the lane. And even though she doesn't have a huge rev rate, she doesn't have a big strike ball, but she knows how to get the ball to save energy and hit the pins hard. Norm Duke calls it power through the pins. Norm Duke was a master, even though he doesn't have the highest rev rate. He's able to get the ball to save that energy for just the right moment, so that when it's reaching the pocket, it's hitting with the maximum amount of power. Taylor Bailey, definitely somebody to watch for. When Shannon O'Keefe, the greatest bowler in the world, says, if I could trade my ball roll with anybody, it would be with her. You gotta expect big things from her.
Mike kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, mentioning during the podcast yesterday and a little bit earlier today, just some nerves coming out. This was her first official PWBA tour event last week in Twin Cities, and I think being able to bowl with Brianna, I'm sure, is going to help a lot this week. They were collegiate teammates for all 4 years at McKendree. Won a national title or two national titles together in 2017, both the NCAA and ITC titles.
And they're all crossing right next to each other. We've got Shannon on 25 and 26, and then Brianna and Taylor on the same pair, just two lanes over. And I've seen Taylor come over and consort with Shannon a few times already this game.
Yep, and I talked to both of them, I think it was yesterday, it might have been today, I can't remember now. And Taylor, I said, you ready this week? She goes, I went home and practiced like you told me to, which was a joke when I told her to do it. She was going to practice regardless. But she goes, I think I'll be a little bit better this week. Shannon is very close to me for my crosses. So spot on again, JT.
And Shannon, missed the show by 5 pins last week and basically said she bowled terrible.
Yeah.
So she said, if I can bowl as bad as I bowled this week and just missed the show by 5 pins, I'm feeling pretty good.
You talked to her right after she got off the lanes and missed by 5. What did she have to say to you?
She said she bowled terrible. That's basically what she said.
Did she seem upset that she missed by 5? Was
No.
there any? No.
She was happy. She wasn't happy that she missed the show. I mean, she was disappointed, but she basically said, I bowled terrible. I didn't deserve to make the show. And so if I can bowl this bad and still come within 5 pins of making the show, I've got to feel pretty good about the week.
Getting ready to step up here on the approach, Clara Guerrero.
And sometimes when you talk to somebody right hot off coming out of the competition, they might give you, a bit of an exaggerated answer as to how bad she actually. Maybe if we talked to her this week, she would say, "Yeah, maybe I didn't bowl as bad as I said when I first came off the lanes, because there was a little bit of frustration there." But she wasn't happy with her performance last week for sure. But she was happy that the results were still pretty good, given how poorly she felt she bowled.
And in talking to her prior to the event for the preview story, she kind of talked about that with her rigorous schedule as the women's head bowling coach at McHenry, and the kind of the craziness of the shortened season and the schedule. She really wasn't able to, typically when you think of the tour season, it starts right around the same time as Twin Cities did, but NCAA is done, ITCs is done. So the college bowling is kind of completed for the year, and she can really put in the time, the effort, go 6-7 days a week and kind of go crazy with getting preparation. As she kind of put it when she told me, she's like, I kind of feel like I need 6 days out there and I'm only doing it in 4. But, one of the things that kind of helped ease her mind heading into it is that, in talking to her husband, Brian, and just, saying, you're still watching ball motion each and every week. You're trying to get 5 people lined up at a time for multiple hours every day in this as a coach. So, the eye is still sharp. She's still, keeping up with all the workouts, still, all that's still the same, still staying in top shape. And then she also noted that she's like, I really have to rely on the base that I've built over the course of this past 20 years of just absolutely working as hard as I can to become one of the best bowlers in the world. And, that's always in the back pocket and a great thing to have. And she really said, if I'm able to rely on that, that's going to be, I'm never really going to find myself in a rough spot. Obviously, she's still always going to put in the time and the effort when she can, but she's felt confident about the base she's built from 20 years of just putting in 20 plus years of putting in incredible work.
Yeah, that's a great point. And she, just to build on that even further, her standards are so high in terms of her physical game, and she's and we've heard other players even describe this about her. She's obsessed with the preparation. And so I think going in last week, she was not feeling 100% confident that she'd had the preparation that she wanted, going into the season. And so I think that was where some of the frustration came in. She felt like she wasn't completely sharp, and, it was disappointing to her that she wasn't able to get to the show. But then again, she's an optimist, so she took, the silver lining out of it and said, hey, if I can bowl as badly as I feel I bowled this week and still almost make the show, I've got to feel pretty good about my the rest of my year. And now she is going to have some time to prepare after next week.
Jordan Richard, our defending champion, was working on a couple strikes in a row, looking to get something going here. 7-10, though, in the 9th. She will take the 10th frame underway on 23 and 24.
Yeah, we saw a lot of those last week, Aaron. We won't see as many this week. The carry a little bit better in this building overall, so we shouldn't see as many 7-10s. But I'm curious to see how those players with the higher rev rates decide to move now that they've started to transition and we're starting to see the lanes hook a little bit. And then which strategies work. Is it, ball down and try to stay in the same zone? Is it, just throw it harder, stay in the same zone? Is it move left with your feet? I mean, Taylor, she looks like a clone of Shannon O'Keefe with her physical game.
I agree.
And I don't think that's not what they do at McKendree. They don't say, okay, everybody that comes here is going to throw it like Shannon, right? It's just That's just her natural game. But fundamentals, the rhythm of her steps, the just rock solid finish at the foul line, perfect balance. It all looks very familiar.
Speaking of familiarity, I'm watching Taylor right now open up her journal, and she's going to write down some notes about this game and this pair. Just a follow-up to the journaling question. She's on a fresh new page.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about Brianna, who's up now, and I'm excited for the rest of the world to see her on a condition that lets her slow hook the ball, because we've gotten to watch her the last couple of weeks just fire it in the track and throw it hard, and wait till you see her go left to right and slow the ball down, and then realize she can do everything in between that.
I have to ask, did you guys talk about how she uses her balance arm last week?
We did.
Okay.
Do you have something to add to that, Aaron? Like, do you know some inside scoop?
Well, not knowing what you guys, I know the origin of the story. I know where it started. And part of the reason why, which I'm sure you guys talked about, but that was actually something she picked up her freshman year at McKendree, looking to find ways to kind of work to open up the lanes a little bit. And she had historically closed her shoulders quite a bit, and, which made it really good for her to play up the lane, but caused some struggles to kind of open things up. So, and looking to find different ways. That was one of the things they used in practice, and she liked it so much that she continued to use it in practice until she finally got comfortable enough to bring it into tournament play. And that was, and later that year, as a freshman, we saw her throwing the winning shots at the ITC and the NCAA Women's Bowling Championships.
And just over on 25 and 26, I had mentioned we started to see the lanes transition a little bit. Shannon had tripped a 4 in the second and then went high, third, fourth, and then made an adjustment, went strike 210 and missed it, and then made a nice little ball change. Didn't really move her zone. She just played the same zone, just went to a weaker ball, and now she's gone 4-bagger and can go off the sheet for 236. So she's just so good at making those little fine-tune adjustments.
Not what Clara was hoping for there to kick off her 10th frame, a chance to get into the 260s. Staring down a 4.610. .203 for Abby at Ragsdale. She's plus 47 after 4. Zavala 188. She's at -5. Jordan Richard plus 63 after 184. Clara now 143 over. After 4 with that 245 game. Kayla Crawford plus 60.
Clara celebrated a birthday last week. Saws the 9 out of there.
Get out of there, 9-pin. We don't have time for 9-pins around here. Still get to 216 this game for Clemmer.
JT is the president of her fan club.
I feel, we're all presidents of our own particular fan clubs in some way, shape, or form, Mike. I mean, I've already put up registration for the John Lucido fan club.
Yep, true.
I recently jumped on board for the Justin Fields fan club as well. Go
Congratulations, by the way.
I'm not going to lie. This is a true story with all the other stuff we had going on at convention. Was working with some stuff on the great staff here to get the news out about that. I did not look at anything draft related until about 9:15, 9:30 or so last night.
Oh, wow.
And so instead of just jumping right into it, I texted my #1 Bears fan, Emil Williams Jr., and I said and asked him, "Will I be happy or will I be sad?" And he told me, "I think you're going to be pretty happy." And then I saw it. I'm like, "Oh wow, here we go." So,
yeah, congratulations, buddy. Next week, we're going to be in Cleveland, Aaron. Well, I'm going to be in Cleveland.
You're going to be in Cleveland. That's correct.
You're going to be at some other event.
ITCs and ISCs with JT.
So that means I can't do it alone.
No, you can't. This is at least a 2 to 3 man operation.
So the rumor has it, next week we're going to have a special guest join us. Join me next week.
I've heard that rumor as well.
I've seen his name mentioned in the chat a couple times today already. I saw his name mentioned in the chat last week a couple times as well. So next week, Emil will be helping us out.
I'm just waiting for the chat to go crazy now. I'm excited to see the reactions. Don't let us down here, chat.
It's gonna be a fun week next week for sure.
Emil Williams Jr. back on Bowl TV. I like it. back on the PWBA tour. Final shot for Karina Capron. Now that she's made the spare, can get to 202. Clemmer finished at 216. She's now plus 70. Taylor Bailey, nice 243 that game. She's at plus 66.
I think everybody brings their own little flair to this bowling commentary gig that we assume and do and enjoy. For me, I'm just like you guys, the viewers. I've just enjoyed watching bowling my entire life. I'm a fan of it. I just happen to make a career in it as well, and I just bounce around doing a bunch of different things. And whenever I have an opportunity to come in and do this, because it's not a grind, it's an extra thing for me to do. I get to look at it in a little bit of a different way. You know, I don't have to do a lot of the things these other guys have to do in their full-time roles. You know, it's kind of a part-time / full-time, I like to say, whenever I sign up for these things. You know, the Masters US Open was a lot, but I just get to be like a kid in a candy store and just get to kind of say what's on my mind, how I see it, what I like, some goofy mannerisms, things like that. And it's kind of fun turning on Bowl TV each week, seeing who's going to be on here. At least I've enjoyed that over the years with the different cast that's been on here. So these first 3 weeks of the return here, quite a variety. I think it keeps it fresh for everybody at home. Next week we will be in Cleveland. The week after we'll be in Reno for the USBC Queens, which is arguably the coolest and best event of the season on the PWBA Tour. I made a prediction last week that Stephanie Johnson's going to make the show.
Fast fact, she made the show last time the Queens was in Reno in 2018. But you knew that already, Mike. You're just waiting for me on that one. I can see it now.
I got you on that one. I did get you on that one. I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but JT's become completely invisible. He's there. You just can't see him.
His mic is also turned off right now.
Yeah, he's
dropping some dynamite stuff, though.
Yeah, we're not letting him talk right now. Nope, not right now, JT. We'll let you know. We'll let you know when you can come back. I don't know if you could see it on camera either, but Maria Jose Rodriguez just came up here, and she took a Reese's peanut butter cup off of here, like she was, doing something crazy. Little does she know, I don't like peanut butter, but I've already had a Kit Kat. So if John and the staff is watching, when you come by here, these Reese's peanut butter cups aren't going to do anything for me. But these Kit Kats will do. So also any sort of Sour Patch Kids, Pixie Sticks, Sweet Tarts. If you can find some wacky wafers, those would be nice as well.
I don't even know what wacky wafers are.
Well, it's kind of like a Smartie, but they're bigger.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds delightful.
Oh, it is. It is. And the reason why we're talking about these things right now is because there's nobody bowling. Maria, would you like another one? Here you go. It's for you. There you go. I don't like peanut butter.
We don't have any in the table.
Oh, okay. Well, I can call one in to Candy Dash.
Gave them to the guy that doesn't like peanut butter. What are the odds?
Yeah, I got this Kit Kat right here's got my name on it, though.
I don't care about peanut butter.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Fantastic exchange there. Andy and more. Then we see her walk through the back of the shop.
Oh yeah, this is great. Again, I've said this a few times, but all the ladies, they're so nice to me and to JT and to Tennille and Caitlin and then to Doug Dukes, who's here this week, and they're just so nice out here.
An excellent team for sure.
It's hard to not root for any of them, Like, you sit here, you go, oh, I'm so happy to see this person bowling well. I'm so happy to see this person bowling well. It's because you just like everybody. I think that was Chuck Gardner's arms.
I believe they were.
It's kind of tight in here. Oh, here comes JT. Oh, he's might step in the scene. They have no idea that camera's on. That's the best part about it.
I enjoyed seeing myself on camera because I didn't even realize we did that.
Oh no, I did it. Yeah,
I know it was you, but I was like, I didn't realize we were timing that. Here I was writing an email to the women's championships and our staff there, and here we go.
I guess
I'm on screen.
We'll full screen now. Sorry, I should have said something. There's Maria with a couple Reese's Pieces peanut butter cups as a little treat there, a little snack between the games.
She's a plus 62 entering this game. There's Daria Payuk. Oh, 7-10. Starting off at -8.
I've got scores.
Me too. Should we switch off here for this game? Game 4?
No, I want you to run down them because I'm about to clap.
All right, I'll leave some pause room for the slow clap afterwards.
Okay.
Your new leader here at the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open, after rolling 279 in Game 4 at 9:51, averaging 237.75, Liz Johnson. In second place, Clara Guerrero. We saw her could have taken over the lead, had that split in the final frame. Still shot 245, though. 9:43 in second. Liz Culkin drops to third at 9:32. Dasha Kovalova, 9:04, as is Kayla Bandy. In sixth place, Julia Bond. She's been hanging around the top 5 this whole time at 8:98. Taylor Boltice, 8:91 for 4, as is Shannon O'Keefe. Diana Z, 8:88 in ninth place. And Fania Kobo rounding out the top 10 at 8:84. So currently 10 players averaging 221 or better through 4 games on this 46-foot condition. Looking at the cut line, 32nd place currently, Maria Balanova, PWBA Tour rookie at 830, so plus 30 right now. The number 2 advance to bonus bowling tomorrow. Total of 39 players averaging at least 200. Currently a 207.5 average to make the cut.
Okay, so let's go down to standings here. Liz Johnson throws it straight. Clara Guerrero throws it straight. Liz Culkin, what's the verdict there?
I don't think we've caught her on the featured pairs yet today, but I think
Tweener straight.
I think she's a zone left of those players, probably.
Just a little bit. Dasha Kovalova throws it straight for the most part. Kayla Bandy throws it pretty straight. Julia Bond, she's the mini Liz Johnson, in my opinion. Throws it straight. Taylor Boltice throws it straight. Shannon O'Keefe throws it straight. Defending champion hooks the ball. Jordan Richard, she's in 15th. 225, 258, 196, 184. What's that tell you about the transition? Looks like straighter is greater midway through this block going into the later stages. What you looking for? Oh, okay. Ten players are averaging 220 or better. I wonder what Liz is using now. Where's she at? I gotta find her on my sheet here. We're in game 5, Aaron.
We are in game 5.
She's on 11 and 12. Next game, let's be on 15 and 16. The one other thing that I always wish I had anytime I live stream is I wish we had a soundboard with sound effects.
I'm all about that energy.
Yeah. I've never really worked with a big enough crew where we could actually have the time and the people to do so, but I have felt like when we were in Reno for those 16 days, I could have maybe made that work. And I kind of feel like now that you've joined us this week, we have an extra man here that, you know, we could make that work. Like when Liz Johnson went to the lead, I almost YouTubed a applause noise, and I almost put it right up to the speaker here. But I didn't have time when I thought about it. Back in the day when I first started Inside Bowling, we did have some sound effects that we would play from time to time, like explosions when the ball hits the pins and stuff. It was hilarious. Probably the first 3 or 4 times we did it, but like once we did it like 100 times on the same block, it wasn't funny anymore.
That is a fair point. Unlike those back-to-back 710s for Daria.
Yeah, I was trying to not talk about that.
Talked about former Cornhuskers in the field this week. 2019 PWBA Rookie of the Year, Valerie Bercier, one of them.
Shannon O'Keefe has the first 3 over on 27 and 28. Just a little, keep an eye on some of the scores here. Taylor Boltice looks like she has the first 3 over on 17 and 18. Come on, Daria. Oh, man. Big change of direction down lane. You know, we do say these ladies are unbelievable spare shooters. I would put Daria on this at about 65%. Probably picks it 2 out of 3 times.
Nicely done, Michael.
Yeah, well, you can't have 3 opens in a row, right? She's too good to have 3 opens in a row, so. So, now I look at this, let's imagine all of us, okay? Let's just put ourselves in Daria's shoes here. We haven't been able to bowl, haven't been able to get into the country, finally get the clearance to bowl. Right now, it's like her first week on tour for the season. Kind of got to dust off the cobwebs here. And she's... Where's she at in the standings? I'm looking here. I don't have Control F on my on my
piece
eyes.
of paper.
Yeah.
43rd right now at -8.
So minus 8, right? Has 1 big game in there. So, she needs to get the number up. About 40 pins or so. So she comes over to this pair, fresh start. Pocket 710, pocket 710. Bad shot. 5 count through the middle. Spares it. So, what is she going to bowl this game? Right? Like, she's got a max score of 246 right now. So I'll pose the question to the chat and to you, Aaron. Is Daria Payok going to bowl above or below 200 this game?
I would like to see her next shot before answering.
Well, I'm going to answer it right now. And I'm going to tell everybody right now that the over-under on Daria this game, after going 7-10, 7-10, and then 3-4-6, 7-10, spare, 3 splits up there, that she's going to bowl over 200 this game. She's going to find a way right here.
Stay right in the mix and keep herself within shooting distance of the cut.
She bowled 179, 248, 184, and 181 so far today. So this is going to be her second 200 game of the day right here. Got a pretty good mixture here in the chat of above or below 200s on Daria's score this game. All right. Daria's going to be up on 21 here. Here we go. Oh, way left. And a ball change.
Hey guys, I did have a conversation with Jimmy Callahan during the game change there, and he did say that players can move left. that is an option. We were speculating as to whether that would work, and if the higher rev players would be forced to try to stay where they are, ball down. And Jimmy said he could see them moving as far left as they want to move, and the carry still being good. So something to look for as we get down the stretch here, game number 5 and game number 6.
Good information. We're kind of hanging out here, JT. We're watching Daria Bowl. She went below her 7-10, 7-10. Then she left a 3-4-6, 7-10 and converted it. Looks like she made a ball change, and the ball hooked at her toes, and she crossed over for a 5-pin. And we asked the chat, will Daria Bowl over or under 200 here? And I was very bullish on over 200 that she would figure this out. And we're kind of living life through Daria Payok's eyes right now on 21 and 22.
What's interesting about that Jimmy said was, he said a lot of the players are actually afraid of moving left, and he said it's not because they don't feel comfortable playing there. It's more because the patterns that we see on tour, typically moving left, you don't find a lot more push when you move left. You usually find more hook. And so, these players, I think, in a way, are almost, concerned that that's not the right move, when in fact it probably is today. So, that's the beauty of some of these oil patterns that Nick Hoagland creates, is that it creates this sense of second guessing yourself. When you feel like, hey, normally when my ball hooks more, I just move left. If a right-hander, obviously, but because of the patterns that we put out here on tour, a lot of players don't feel like that's the first move. They think, well, how can I stay to the right? And it goes against what their natural inclination would be, growing up and bowling on. Typically everybody grows up bowling on easier conditions. There are a few exceptions to that, but your first move when your ball starts to hook, if you're a right-hander, is you move left.
Yeah, you chase it in. We talked about Brad Hagan earlier today. He just texted me, said high friction, 11 feet of reverse and lighter volume equals transition. Highly speed and rev rate sensitive.
Yeah, let's watch Maria here on lane 24. Watch what she's doing. She's left a fourth arrow, just letting the ball fall back. There's some oil there.
Yeah, there is. Coach Hagan also adds, as I say, when nothing is going right, go left.
That's good advice.
Thanks, Brad, for watching today.
The other thing too is, I think some of the players maybe from last week, maybe the ones that made it into the round of 32, where moving left was disaster on day 2. They're thinking, hey, that's not the way we want to go. We want to stay to the right.
Taylor Bailey really is consistently hitting the pocket pair to pair. She may not carry every shot, but she is hitting the pocket very consistently. we went over the standings as well, JT, and Liz Johnson now in the lead. Throws it straight. Clara Guerrero throws it pretty straight. Culkin, for the most part, is straight. She's more of a tweener, you could say. Dasha throws it pretty straight. Kayla Bandy fairly straight. Julia Bond fairly straight. Those are your top 6.
And everybody on this 23 and 24 pair is right around the same place in terms of their score. They're all within 30, 40 pins of each other and all doing well. Going to get a little bit of a better look at where Maria's playing. The question is carry.
Yeah, last time on this lane, she wrapped a 10.
Yeah. And that's the thing that makes it so difficult. You start to get in and you're playing fallback and, you're basically giving up some carry. And then what do? Do you make ball changes to try to get the ball to go through the pins a little better? Carry a few more of those 10 pins? But when you do that, you also bring missing the pocket into play.
Here's Daria now, looking for her first strike of the game. Daria's going to need a 5-bagger to get to 200.
That Daria is one player that's not afraid to make big adjustments. She'll go through, a bunch of different bowling balls, a bunch of different line changes, and until she finds something she likes. And then when she finds something she likes, she's liable to shoot 800 for 3. But she might shoot 520 for the 3 before that, before she figures out the thing that allows her to shoot 800. One of my favorite matches on Bowl TV, and Aaron Smith will remember this one, was Daria Payo bowling Diana Zavyalova and the Queens. And it was pretty far into the tournament. And Diana was just happy to take her hand out of it and hit the pocket and shoot 600. And that was what she was going to do. And Daria was just fishing the whole match and was 30 pins behind, 40 pins behind, 50 pins behind. But we knew if Daria could find something, she could shoot 280. And Diana wasn't going to shoot more than 215 with what she was doing. And so I remember we get to game number 3, and she makes this wild ball change and starts with the front 4. And we're like, oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Here comes the big game. And then because she hadn't been really lined up the whole match, she missed a move. And that happens a lot. If you're fishing around and just trying to find something and you finally do find something, you kind of forget that you have to move every 4 or 5 shots. And so she throws the 4-bagger and we get all excited, and then she goes big 4, and it was over at that point. But that's the difference between the way Daria typically plays the game, and Diana's maybe not the best example of somebody who plays conservatively, but she will if she knows that her opponent isn't going to bowl a big game. And that's how she won one of her titles. Actually, she went up the ladder just shooting 2 O's and 190s, and all of her opponents basically shot 160s and 170s.
I was there too. I was doing some work for Ebonite International at the time, and I remember that match like it was just yesterday. Looks like Daria is removing a piece of debris off the approach, a foreign object.
I'm going to go back even further. JT, we'll see if you remember this one because you were sitting alongside me. This was right after the ITCs in 2016, which the Weber International women had won, and that was kind of our introduction to Daria's game as part of the Weber crew, and she came out to bowl Queens that year. Ended up, I think, qualifying like second overall after the 15 games, but I remember she hit the live stream pair. As we're going to head over to 17 and 18 now, as Liz Culkin has started with 7 consecutive strikes. And Daria hit the live stream pair. We had she was kind of the wow player at the ITC. Is like, whoa, where did this player come from? Obviously, we found out later how much success she had but internationally. And we still got it. 9 pin for Liz. But she hit the live stream pair, Queens. I believe we terribly said her last name wrong because we didn't know it yet. And she had like the front 6, and it was the most electric thing ever for qualifying because sometimes qualifying can get a little slow. And JT, I think you led into it something like, you are going to want to watch her game. She just does something different to the bowling ball you have not seen before here on the women's side. And then she came out and she threw the front 6 right out of the gates, and it was one of those just onto the scene moments. And then obviously the next year winning Rookie of the Year, winning in Detroit, and kind of going from there. But that was kind of, I think, one of the first big introductions to the U.S. audience for Daria at the Queens. I believe that was at Orleans, I think.
Yeah, I remember that. And, it's always awesome when, young, raw, talented player comes out on the scene and you get to see them throw it for the first time. And you just go, holy cow, the sky is the limit for this player. I remember when I was out on the PBA tour covering those events, and Jason Belmonte came out on tour, and I mean, you couldn't take your eyes off of him. And even when you did take your eyes off of him, you knew where he was in the bowling center just by the sound, the sound of his ball hitting the pins, the sound of the crowd being excited about it. It was just electrifying. And so, yeah, Daria, even today, fans, obviously we don't have fans in the building this week, but we will soon. They love watching her throw the ball because it's exciting to watch.
We did see Daria get her first strike of the game on the right lane. Trusted the ball a little bit further to the right. Was able to get it back from a spot not every player in the field could. It totally speaks to what you were just talking about, JT. Here she is again now looking for her first double. And she gets it. Looks like she's moved into the part of the lane where she needs to be. Got a good ball reaction left to right through the first 2/3 of the lane, and maybe getting a little comfortable here. So the 200 game still in play here on Daria. Max score 213. Meanwhile, Megan Carpenter from San Diego, she's made this pair look easy.
Fun fact about Megan Carpenter. She's going to be bowling at the ITCs next week. for Baker University, which is out of Kansas. Coached by former PWBA player Cheryl Kessler.
Also, we asked Carpenter, are you done yet? And she says, we've only just begun.
Singing.
That there's a part of our demographic who is going to be smiling right now, and there's going to be another part who will have no idea what you just did there, Michael.
Man, we didn't even let them vote on it before we had someone singing.
I felt we talked about this during the podcast at some point with Mike and singing this week. Mike, what tangent were we on when we hit that part of the conversation? You remember that?
I really don't remember. I'm trying to block that out. Daria in front of the ball return. Push. Oh! Daria's going to get to 200. She's going to do it.
Very Daria 200.
Man.
This is one of those 200s when you're trying to figure out where everybody is in the field, and you walk over and you see her 54 in the fourth or in the fifth, and you go, oh wow, she's done. And then you come back and she has 2-0, and you're like, what? How did that happen?
It's because I set the over-under at 200 after open, big split spare, and everybody bet the under. And the house always wins. No, it was pretty split in the chat, but it's been fun to watch. I mean, actually, it hasn't been fun to watch. It's been grueling to watch, but now we're all just cheering for these strikes. So imagine if you're out here bowling this event like we talked about. Oh, look at that! Look at that little 4-9 pick there. Look at that. You're out here bowling this event. And, you go 7-10, 7-10, big old split. Pick it up. Can't strike. If she can strike out here in bowl 213, it'll be her second 200 game of the event, and she's going to be like feeling really good going into the last game if she can punch out for 213 here. So then that means the next game she's more comfortable. She's in a part of the lane that she likes to play. So the next game over under, if she were to be able to strike out here, is going to be like 229. It's a simple game here, guys. Setting odds. So to get to that 200 score, she's going to need strike and good count. And in 10th frame.
Tricky part about odds would be, what would you set the odds for on her next game?
Yeah, 229 if she strikes out.
That's what you would set next game's odds at?
Well, I actually wouldn't set that, but that's what I think she's going to bowl the next game.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, the odds would be, it would go up a little bit. I mean, because she's moved in. When she gets into this part of the lane, it's pretty tasty. It's good. But this is the shot of the game that we've been setting up. We've been hanging out over here on these pairs. We did go over and catch Liz Culkin on the front seven, and she didn't strike on the eighth one, but and Daria's had a few issues here. She had the piece of debris she had to clear off the lane, off the approach. And behind the scenes here, just to tell you guys what's happening here is Daria's been up. She picked up the wrong ball and then set it down and then just picked up I thought I was delayed properly to announce that. Here it is. This is it right here. So she'll be up here in just a moment. All right. Here it goes. Oh, 4-pin falls late. You know how that feels, don't you, Aaron Smith?
Has there ever been
All the time.
a more exciting time watching a 44th place player trying to shoot 2-0 in the middle of an early qualifying round?
No, there's not. There's not. Just imagine if we had that betting app, though, where we had the odds up and like all these people right here, like, oh man.
Yeah.
So yeah, she doesn't have 200 yet, though. She doesn't have it yet. She needs some count here. She needs some count. She needs 8, right? 8 on this ball.
8 spare.
8 spare. Yeah, you're right, JT.
Or 8-1.
Oh boy. Come on, Daria.
You didn't set the half, Mike.
Come on, get there. Get there. Oh, that's it though.
Yeah, it's a lock.
It is.
Just looks
Good
like you
job,
got that one
Daria.
in just a touch.
I like what Jeff Baker says in the chat. Don't sleep on Verity's ability to get into that zone.
Yeah, she's struggling a bit. Shot 173 that game.
Well, if she's talking to Daria at all, she probably needs to just jump even further left. Like Brad Hagan says, when things aren't going right, go left.
O'Keefe just shot another 230, 231.
Yeah, and she didn't strike in the 8th, 9th, or the 10th. That was entertaining. Thanks, Daria, for the show there. Welcome back to the PWBA, Daria Payo.
That's
Clara
great to have
Guerrero.
her back. Great to have her back.
Sure is. Clara Bowl 203, by the way. In second after 4 games. I gotta tell you guys, this squad, even with the slight little delay, it seems like it's just really flown by. I've been very engaged and entertained with the competition and talking with you guys here at Sun Valley Lanes. It's been a good morning. I hope everybody else is enjoying it, and I'm watching on Bowl TV right now. It's what is it, 1:45 here, if my time zone is correct on the computer.
You are correct. 1:45 local time.
We got about 8 computers here, and they're all on different time zones. I like to go to the East Coast computer once in a while and be like, oh, cool, I'm almost out of here. Then I go sit at my computer, and I'm like, I'm on Pacific time, and I'm like, what? $201, Aaron. Or 202. 202 she got. 202.
It was an incredibly entertaining 202.
You never made a guess either.
I never did. I copped out. I was
because you were going to go under. I know you were.
I was. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be. I don't want to be negative. I want to see everybody striking out there.
Scott says the Dario over under next game should be 229. That's what I set it at. I think she's actually going to bowl 229 this game. So if I think she's going to bowl 229, I would then ask the chat, is she going to bowl above or below the number that I think she's going to bowl, which is 229. But if I were to set a line on the next game, she is, let's see, after that game, she was 8 under going into that game. So now she's dead even. So 200, right, would be, but she's got a good look now. She's got a good look. So you got to improve that by like a strike. So like 209 would probably be the over under on this game for Daria. But I got 229. I got 20 more than that.
So you're taking the over all day.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I think the actual number will be 229. But we'll set it in the chat at 209.
Valerie Bercier going to wrap things up here for game number 5 on 21 and 22.
Yeah, and you want to talk about a comeback here. Look at this.
Nice little 5-bagger after opening the 4th, a couple spares.
Still getting to the 230s. I like what JT said. I don't know if we've ever had a more entertaining game with someone in 44th position. That's pretty good. My over-under on 3.5 300s for this event is not looking good right now on the over. We could sneak one out here this last game, though. And it might just be Daria. It might be Daria.
That would be
right now.
That would be a full circle moment. Let's cover to wrap things up. 221 for Valerie. She's going to be at plus 49. Cassie Luthold at plus 47. Megan Carpenter minus 20. Jenna plus 29. And Daria minus 6. All right, folks, one game left to go here for this opening block of qualifying from the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open from Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Aaron Smith, joined by Mike Flanagan and Jason Thomas. We'll be back here for round number 2 at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 local time there in Lincoln for the second 6-game block. So after 12 games today, we will make our first cut of the week. The top 32 players will advance to competition on Saturday. And as we think about Saturday and think about those times, be sure to take a look here at the rest of the Bowl TV schedule. So your calendars are marked, folks. (11 a.m. Eastern, qualifying round 3, 3:30 p.m. Eastern, qualifying round 4. And then the top 4 to the stepladder finals, 7 p.m. tomorrow night, right here on Bowl TV. See some bowling going on over here.
Yeah, not quite yet. Oh, maybe we do have a frame going there, don't we?
Or is that wrapping up? Scoreboards had suggested it was already the next game.
I'll tell you what, Aaron, this is a great opportunity to talk about what's coming up here on Bowl TV on the PWBA Tour. Coming up next week, we got the Greater Cleveland Open, May 6th through the 8th. Then it'll be our first major of the year coming up May 12th through the 18th at Queens. Then we head off to New York for a couple of events, the BVL Open and the Albany Open. 20 titles up for grabs this year on the PWBA Tour, all broadcast live on Bowl TV. I'm Mike Flanagan. That's Aaron Smith.
Hey, everybody. It's still on me. This is awkward. So we're going to go to the lanes. JT, he's right there.
Yeah, there's JT down there. You just can't see him yet. Just playing with the buttons up here while we're waiting for bowlers to play with the pins. Aaron, what's going on? What's going on with that one?
I don't know. We've
What-
lost.
What here? What? Oh, JT's doing some sort of an adjustment on that one right now.
But why is it so blurry?
I don't know what he's doing, but he's
We're-
messing with it.
We're looking at PWBA 2, folks. So for that channel, we'll have that up and running momentarily. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the weirdest filter I've ever seen.
I don't know what's going on. Now we've got the color bars. Oh. Looks like he's getting her back up and running here. Well, Daria went to another pair, and it's not going to be 300 for Daria. That would have been a great call on my part, but it didn't work out that way. She actually came in light for a 2-4-8. She's over on 25 and 26 if you want to watch Bowl TV PWBA number 4. Liz Culkin leaving the 10 pin. Having a nice event so far. She was in third going into the last game. Erin McCarthy has made 3 championship round appearances thus far this year. Also on our screens for us. That pause in commentary is brought to you by Kegel, the official lane maintenance supplier of the PWBA Tour. Hope you enjoyed it, everybody. No talking. Go ahead and unmute Aaron's microphone for him. All right, you're allowed to talk again, Aaron.
Thanks, Mike. I was turning on the TVs behind me, making sure they were working once again as we get into Game 6 and final game of this block.
Catching a little baseball action there on the TVs behind you there, Aaron?
It's the 2-hour PWBA logo loop, which is a personal favorite of mine.
It could be. It is. A home run for Josie Vizcaino. We're playing the Cardinals today. Josie Oquendo. Matt McNeil just gave me a look on that one.
There are a lot of opportunities. A lot of opportunities for random conversations to be heard on Bowl TV. And if you walk across them at the wrong time, you just don't know what you just walked past. Just like your baseball call there.
That's right.
But folks, since we've had so much fun here on Bowl TV so far, and we got just one game left to go, we do have a giveaway coming up. So we will be giving away another PWBA program book, special edition, limited for 2021. If you want to see it, this is what it looks like. That's Mike Flanagan as well. And we'll even get that signed by the round one leader. We'll be heading to you. Our marketing team will be in touch after this weekend. So
we had that fantasy game out in Reno, and I believe because JT won, right? JT, you won the fantasy game in Reno.
I did.
Yeah, that the person that won not only got the prize, but also got that Roger Nordic autograph. So I think, you could get a Roger Nordic autograph also on a program book if you'd like. That was a big prize. That was a really big prize that we gave away at the Matt McNeil is laughing at that one. I don't know why he's laughing, because Roger Nordic autographs on eBay go for quite a bit. The sports card industry has gotten really hot, but the Roger Nordic autograph pieces of paper have also gone pretty crazy. Yeah. If you got a Nordic rookie or a Nordic piece of paper autograph sub 2010, you might want to hold on to that. Anyway, we give away a lot of cool stuff on Bowl TV. And this program book, I've been looking at it up here. It's a nice program book. Definitely needs to be signed with a silver Sharpie. We got a score dash update up here in the booth, which means it's been delivered to your inbox 5 minutes ago, Aaron.
Actually, I am not seeing it at the moment, so I'm kind of bummed. I'm kind of bummed after I started the John Lucido fan club and everything.
Well, our tournament leader has bowled games of 209, 245, 218, 279, and 231, and that's Elizabeth Johnson. She's averaging 236.40, and she is 182 over. In second position is Liz Culkin, who's on your screen right now. She is 173 over, and she's averaging 234.60. Third is Clara Guerrero at plus 146. Fourth is Julia Bond at plus 133. Fifth is Shannon O'Keefe at plus 122. Diana Z hopping up there now at plus 110 in sixth. Brianna Klimmer in seventh. You can update the fan page website now, JT. She is now plus 98.
And she's got the front three.
And in eighth, Kayla Bandy, plus 97. Ninth, Sandra Gongora, plus 93. And Estefania Cobo at plus 90 rounds out your top 10. Currently, right now, the amount of players that are plus 41 out of 65. Cut number right now, Missy Parkin plus 24. Top 32 will cash and make the cut. After 12 games of qualifying, we, of course, are in game number 6. We'll come back with game 7 through 12 tonight at 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock local time. Liz and Liz leading the tournament, guys. Rebecca Colby won the prize of the fantasy game. She believed in JT's picking ability and did not get that Roger Nordic autograph. We're gonna have to send in. Actually, this is what I'd like for you to do. This would be completely ideal. What's that email address when you write in? Is it bowltv@bowl.com?
It could actually be the contact form.
The contact form. Rebecca, if you don't mind, fill out that contact form. Oh, by the way, I've gone up to 410 points now, guys. I am gaining points while I'm watching this Bowl TV here. I would fill out the contact form and ask. I haven't quite received all my prizes yet. The Roger Nordic autograph has not arrived.
That's why Roger's autograph's so valuable, is because he's so hard to get, right? So as soon as it happens, it'll be well worth the wait.
It will. And the executive director was adamant about making sure that autograph got delivered. I'm keeping a watchful eye over there on Miss Klimmer. Over on 27 and 28. Still perfect.
All right, folks, once again, game 6, final game here of this opening block. And with that, this is going to be the time for the giveaway. So as we showed you on the screen a couple minutes ago, we are going to get a 2021 PWBA program book signed by the round 1 leader. To one lucky Bowl TV viewer, all you will have to do to enter the giveaway is to click the submit entry button when you see it pop up on your screen. At first, you'll see A sign that says a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. That'll be in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll run down for about 60 seconds. Then it will say a giveaway has begun. And all you have to do is click a submit entry, the button right there. You'll have an opportunity to win. If you're in full screen mode, we usually suggest you take it out so you can see the chat and everything for just a quick second. But good luck to everybody. We're going to start it. What are we going to start? Let's see. Who's going to go up first? Let's go with Liz's, after Liz's shot here, her first shot. Liz Culkin. So I mentioned you're at the top of the standings all day so far today, and she delivers a strike, which means it's giveaway time. So good luck, everybody. All right, the giveaway is out. Good luck, everybody. Taking a deeper dive into the standings. Cut number currently plus 24, 204.8 average. Currently a tie between Missy Parkin and Caitlin Johnson. .41 players averaging at least 200. Liz Johnson at the top of the leaderboard, plus 182.
And Kayla Pashina with the front seven now.
This be a good way to wrap out the block. Currently at minus 15 after games of 189, 162, 188, 257, and 189. Looking to jump into the number here after the first 6 games and first 7 strikes. Sydney Brummett, a player looking to jump into the number as well at plus 8 after her first 5 games. And it's kind of been feast or famine for Sid. 164, 220, 242, 233, and 149. Looks like Larry won the program. So, Larry, our marketing team will be in contact with you sometime early next week to redeem your prize. So, congratulations, and thanks to everybody for participating here on Bold TV for the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open. Mentioned players looking to make a move this game. Verity Crawley also at +8 to start has gone spare 5-bagger over on lanes 5 and 6. Kelly Kulik, same start as Verity, spare 5-bagger. She's at +59. Danielle McCune with 5 out of 6 strikes. She can get to 279 still this game. Danielle currently in 56th place at 918. So she's -82. So in search for a big number to put herself a little bit closer to the number with 6 to go.
And Maria Bolanova with a possible 290. Now with spare 6-bagger.
-18. So we're seeing opportunities to get some strikes working here at the end of the block.
Let's see if Kayla Pashina can keep the run going. Front 7. Trying to get herself back in the number. Ooh, pretty close. Bad break, not getting the 10 out of that one. So now have a split to shoot at here in the 8th. Oh, Culkin trips the 4-9 for Turkey.
Maria up far right of your screen, lane 24. Collegiate standout from Vanderbilt.
And, you know, it seems to me, Aaron, that there are a lot of shots going high on strings of strikes, you know, where players, you know, seem like they're lined up and then we'll run into some trouble towards the end of the game. And I feel like that's a symptom of, you know, the volume of the oil and the type of oil and the high friction surface. I think these players are getting to accustomed to how quickly they need to make moves. And so I feel like early on here, we're seeing players miss a lot of moves just because they're not accustomed to how fast the lanes are breaking down. And they'll get a feel for that as the event goes on. And then tomorrow, they obviously won't change as quickly because there'll be less play on the lanes.
And we've seen that with you know, some of the players we mentioned on the outside looking in, trying to make a run into the top 32 before the break. And just want to say that was a nice 4-5 cover there by Ricky Ellison. I appreciate a quality cover when I see it. Excellent spare. Mike's not even here for it. But from the players who are kind of on the outside looking in, there's been some really good games and some pairs they've been able to take advantage of, and there have been some not so good games where they've essentially had to bail themselves out. Kayla back on track here. Frame number 9 can still get to 266.
And Sydney Brummett can still shoot 258.
She's been one of those players who's been either very strong or has struggled over the course of this block, but
nice shot there.
Kicks out the 10. Very nice. Sid made the top 12 last week, I believe, right?
Yes. And Aaron McCarthy has made 3 of 4 shows this year. She certainly would have to be one of your favorites coming in this week. She's made the show in this building in the past, obviously very familiar with the area and the building. And bowling about as good as anybody on tour right now.
Which is interesting because, she's continued to get some local press out there. And, obviously her work as a registered nurse has, especially during the craziness of the past year plus, has not allowed her to practice and kind of get as prepared as she would like. But she has been finding a way. She's been fantastic so far through the first 4 events this season, and currently in good shape to make the first cut, plus 80 heading into this game, and opportunity to get north of plus 100 here with a couple strikes in the 10th.
Culkin looking for a 4-bagger over on 21 and rings a 10-pin.
Brummett, far right of your screen for her 9th.
Ten back.
So it's 250s out there. Gigi Mason currently within the cut number. She was at plus 58 entering this game. Kayla Pashina getting ready for her 10th frame. There's Amanda Vermilia. Connects for the double.
And Jasmine Snell coming off a good week last week. Got a check.
Yep.
And she's got a nice day going. Can go off the sheet here for 215. She's at plus 67.
She's one of those bowlers who doesn't bowl a bunch of events. I don't think she's an actual member, but it seems like whenever she comes out to compete, she always finds a way to, essentially make the first cut, make a check, do something cool. So she's a very talented bowler.
Yeah, she's got a nice game. Really nice, smooth fundamentals. Great balance. Keeps it in play.
I believe potentially some ties to the area as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, so Oh, come on.
That will make your Chipotle taste a little sour.
Oh, that sounds fantastic, JT.
Yeah, Liz tripped to 4, if you remember the shot before. I don't know if she tried to move off of that, but when they're like this and they transition quickly, you get, sometimes you're lucky and you get little signs that they're starting to break down and you might trip a 4 or go high flush. You got to make the move on the next shot, because if you don't, next shot's going to be a big 4.
And you only like to see big 4s when you're throwing urethane, right?
Yeah, you don't want to see them on right now. No.
So someone mentioned in the chat, and yes, 247 finish for Verity, so she's going to get to plus 55. 209 for Shannon O'Keefe, so she's going to be a plus 131. Shannon Pluhowski, 243 to get to plus 88. Kelly Kulik over on 11 and 12 is in the 270s, a chance to still shoot 290.
Yeah, she had an interesting week last week. She is such a competitor. She had a couple of 140s and just kept coming back with these big games to put herself right back in the tournament. And another one here this week.
I'm not going to lie, JT. I'm all about the Kelly Kulik. I don't want to call it the comeback tour, but I don't know the proper term for it. But after some talks with her in 2019 and 2020, we weren't really sure how much we were going to see Kelly. And I like that she's back out here. I like the intensity, and I like that she's continuing to put herself in strong positions through these first 2 events. This is always a good thing for the tour, and it's great to see Kelly out here as always competing.
Yeah, I'm with you, Aaron. I think Kelly's one of the greatest of all time, and we weren't quite sure. There was some conversations we had with her where maybe it was just bowling the majors and whatever. I haven't talked to her since the tour started back up again last week, but something must have sparked her the bug, because she'd been posting on social media about her fitness and getting in shape, and then posted some things about drilling some new bowling balls. So you said, okay, well, it looks like there's a little bit of a spark there. And then obviously coming out last week and making the show the first event back.
Indeed, great stuff. Kayla, 246 to get to plus 31. Jasmine finishes with 205. She's at plus 72 overall. Maria, 244 to get to plus 26. So Some big games here at the end to kind of push yourself toward the number. Nice shot there by Amanda. 3 in a row. She can get to 207, looking to do the same. There's Aaron, plus 96, 216. Sydney can still get to 258. Birgit, 202. She's at plus 75. First shot of the 10th for Liz, and she's going to go high there, 610. That unfortunately not the way Sydney had hoped to wrap things up there. Big 4 in the 10th. Going to go from potentially 250s to 220s here. Amanda with the double. She's going to get in the 2-0s. $220 now, plus 28 for Sydney Brummett. Back 5 for Amanda, 207. She's going to be at minus 54, so some work to do in her final 6 games, but some late momentum. Fill ball for Liz Culkin, 213. She's going to be at plus 186.
Oh, hello.
So Liz Johnson can still get ahead of her for the overall lead. But right now we're going to bring Liz Culkin in to join us here on Bowl TV. So Liz, hello.
Hi. How are you, Aaron?
I'm doing well. Thanks for joining us. And way to kick off the Lincoln Open. Nice block.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Very excited. Good bowling this morning.
Now, obviously, a place you're pretty familiar with here in Lincoln. Last time we were here, you were kind enough to give us the tour of the University of Nebraska facility, which was very awesome. So what's it like to be back in Lincoln and in an environment that you're very comfortable with, especially with kind of how this pattern played? It seemed like it was a lot of feast or famine for a lot of players, but you were able to be pretty consistent throughout the course of the block.
Yeah, it's always really nice coming back to Lincoln. It was funny because yesterday I landed in Omaha and just walking through the airport, I mean, that's where our team used to travel through. So there's a lot of nostalgia associated with that. And then, of course, you drive to Lincoln. I went to dinner last night downtown with Shannon Plahowski and some other Huskers. And it's just nice to reminisce and be around everything that I really enjoyed my 4 years of college here. So that's always fun. But as far as the bowling goes, today I was able to throw the ball pretty much the same ball all day. And when I'm able to parallel left and throw the same ball, I'm probably going to bowl pretty good. And I was lucky enough to have that happen. So.
JT, you or me? Or JT, your mic may not be on if you're talking.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
You could probably hear me because I'm not that far away from you. But I was curious about the patterns seem like they're playing fairly similar from last week to this week, where you can't. It seems like you can't get it right of 7 or 8 at the break point. but you had kind of an interesting run last week. Every time I watched you throw it, you were striking and shooting 250, but then I'd go away and you'd shoot some 170s and 180s, and you did end up getting a check. But
I did.
do you feel like you're a little bit more sharp this week after bowling last week and now being in a more familiar place?
Yeah, funny enough, I don't bowl that great at Sun Valley because while we bowled here for our home tournaments, we have our lanes on East Campus. So we didn't bowl here that often. And it seems whenever I come to Lincoln, I bowl okay, but I can't get over that hump to do a little bit better. This week, I think the difference between this week and Minnesota is I didn't worry about trying to play the lanes you were supposed to, per se. Last week I tried to stay right a really long time, and that wasn't the answer. I had some talks with Chuck last week, and I'm good at playing left and hitting 15, and if I can do that and the lanes allow, why am I not doing that? And this week I didn't worry about playing right. I tried it a little bit in practice. It didn't look good. I went to my A game, and like I said, I was able to parallel left all day. The last game here, I had a little bit of trouble because the right lanes here, the ball returns are so long, I can't get far enough left. So I'm going to talk to Chuck and Eric about that, try to figure out a ball for the last game. But other than that, I was able to parallel left all day and use the same ball. So
I was interested also, just to kind of follow up on that same point. It seemed like on Saturday last week, you had to play a lot straighter than you did on Friday. Do you feel like here you're going to be able to stay further left and play further left tomorrow? So, I assume you'll get there. You're in good shape going in to tonight's block. But do you feel like tomorrow you'll be able to play further left than they were last week?
I think so. Saturdays are always a little bit different because obviously you have less bowlers. You have a little bit more traffic where you're supposed to be playing the lanes, better bowlers, higher rev rate, etc. So they're always a little bit different on Saturday. But obviously, we'll go into tonight with the same game plan. Usually they play a little bit tighter in the afternoon blocks. So if that's the case, that'll be even better. The biggest thing I need to worry about is the last couple games here, trying to get a ball that gets through the mid lane a little bit better than what I had at the end of this block.
Now, Liz, final question before we let you go. We know you weren't at the Kickoff Classic Series, so Minnesota, this event, kind of the kickoff to your tour season. So just for you, what's the feeling like being back on tour, coming back-to-back weeks and more to come, I'm sure. But what's it feel like for you to be back out here?
It's really exciting. Last week, I'm not going to lie, in Minnesota, I was nervous. I was talking to Deandra Asbeatty about it, and, I've been on tour now. I think this is my 5th or 6th year, and yeah, I'm not a veteran, but I've been around, and I was nervous last week. And Deandra said, you know what, we should normalize nervousness because that's good. We're excited to be back. We want to do well. It's great to be back out here. I have a lot of goals this summer. I've gotten to the top 10 on tour, I feel, but I really need to get over that hump to be the top 3 here, make myself in the title every week. And that's my goal. I want to win multiple titles this year, and I'm out here trying to do it. And I'm just excited to be back.
All right, Liz, thank you so much for joining us here on Bold TV. Enjoy your break, and we will see you on the lane soon.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, JT. Liz Culkin joining us after a strong day here at Sun Valley Lanes, even though I'm not there. But that's where the tournament's at. Plus 186, right there near the top of the leaderboard. And she just walked behind you as well. So
yeah, no. I was really happy to hear that part about being nervous because we did hear that a lot from the players last week. And it was really, a symptom of a lot of the players. That was their first tournament in almost 2 years, and so, there aren't any tournaments out there that are bigger than PWBA. When you win on the PWBA tour, it's part of history. It is, something that you will be respected for within the bowling industry, within, your peers. And so these players all want to win, and they were super excited to get to bowl last week. This week, there's another title on the line. They're maybe not quite as nervous as they were last week, but man, this is big stuff, and it's awesome to be back. And I was also really interested to hear what you said about the lanes, and I do feel like tomorrow they're going to be able to get a little bit further left than they were able to last week.
All right, I see Mike has been hovering around us, so it looks like we may have one more interview here. So let's go. So it looks like we're all set. So let's bring in Liz Johnson to Bowl TV. Hello, Liz.
Hi, guys. Hi, Aaron.
How's it going?
Good. it was a good day, good start. A lot of games ago, but I felt really good today. Felt really strong and just made good shots and kept things consistent when I had a good reaction and just went with it.
What was the final number for you today? We didn't catch it at the end.
I think it was plus 184.
All right, excellent. That's right up there at the top. So, we saw some players kind of hit highs and lows throughout the course of this block with as quickly as they were changing out there. Kind of what were your keys to success to kind of stay ahead of the transition throughout all 6 games?
For me, it was just making the shots. I was able to play in my right around 8, 9, 10. And what I can do compared to maybe what some of the others can't do is I can, if I have to, I can just up my speed a little bit, get it out on the lane a little bit. And just as long as I do that and be able to use my legs, that was a big factor for me today, was make sure I use my legs and staying down. And that's what worked.
Yeah, we noticed that. We were wondering, there were some players that seemed hesitant to jump left, and we were wondering if that was going to be the move when they started to hook. And it also feels like they're transitioning faster than they normally do because of the fire and the low volume. Do you feel like that's what's going on out there? And also, do you feel like you can jump left if you need to?
Yeah, I mean, when I made the turn on the low end, I actually initially moved left, and it was a little too much, so I moved back right. And I think because the players were so far left, it actually might have given me a little hold where I was at. And again, just stayed in my little zone and maybe amp my speed a little bit. And lots of times, the better I bowl, the harder I start throwing the ball. And just for me, that's more consistent.
And do you also feel like having more ball speed is good in this building? You think that'll help with carry and also with the pocket being a little bit more gettable this week?
Yeah, absolutely. I think because the fronts hook so much and there's so much friction right in there. Better for me. I feel like I can just amp my speed and just it lets me to stay aggressive.
All right, Liz. Well, we will let you rest up for the next block. We'll see you on Bold TV in just a couple hours, but great kickoff and early happy birthday as well.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. All right, Jason Thomas. We've talked to Liz Johnson. We talked to Liz Culkin. We talked to the Liz's. So I think that means we can officially sign off here from round number 1.
Yeah, it was exciting to watch, as it always is. There seems to be a lot of players in the mix. It certainly doesn't seem like there's a very defined style that's going to dominate this week again, and that's a tribute to Nick Hoagland and the patterns that he puts out. We've got some lefties, we've got some players that like to hook it, we've got some players that throw it slow, we've got some players that like to throw it hard. So it certainly doesn't seem like it's a foregone conclusion here what's going to happen. So you're going to have to tune in later today and tomorrow to watch here on Bull TV.
That's right. 6 p.m. Eastern, round number 2, and we'll have our first cut. We'll get down to the top 32 players, and then back at it Saturday morning, 11 a.m. Eastern, until we get to our top 4, and then the stepladder finals. Tomorrow night, we'll crown another champion on the PWBA Tour in 2021, 7 p.m. Eastern for that. But once again, a big thank you to USBC, BPAA, and PWBA for all their continued support. Of course, our proprietor this week, John Lucido, and the whole staff at Sun Valley Lanes, our official lane maintenance provider, Kegel. And of course, all of you watching on Bowl TV, thank you so much for joining us and supporting the PWBA Tour. So for Mike Flanagan, Jason Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. We'll see you for that next block, 6 p.m. Eastern once again. Set your clocks, your reminders, all that good stuff. So folks, that's going to do it for now. We'll see you soon. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.